Well, hey there. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome to the Tromsø airport. There's a pretty cool bridge over there. The airport's out on a little island, and as you can see, there's snow on the ground. Perfect for a Flyin' See Santa flight. Hey there, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, more like driving See Santa. Did you see how fast some of those cars were driving around that circle over there? Nice update, by the way. This, I believe, is the freeware airport. It's over at flightsim.to. So be sure if you are going to fly to Tromsø for Flyin' See Santa, you be sure and go and get that one. Eat Mo Shade, thank you for coming by today and doing a resub in the beginning of all the craziness here. Thank you for awesome support for 28 months. Welcome, welcome. Argo Moldova is doing Larnaca delivery right now, 110345 in the real world. Well, welcome in from the real world. I sure hope that you are doing good. Thank you. There is a nice freeware for Flight Sim 2024 as well. So again, if this is your going to be your departure airport or your arrival airport, arrivals, you need to go and get that update. It's free. So that's good. I also did go and check, and it looks like the Rovaniemi airport is really, really nice. This is the freeware for 2024. This one is, right? So let's see. Where we actually fly, yeah, generally it takes us a little bit of time to get off the ground and stuff like that. But today, just getting started, first flight of the week and all that. But this one is the freeware. And again, it just got an update, so it should be really nice. Hi, Vinyl Rabbit. I have not gotten the pre-order yet. I check the email every day. It was supposed to be between the 9th and the 14th. Of course, these things always change, so you never know what's going to end up happening. So we'll see. No idea when it's going to come out. From what I've heard, and I think Pauliot says that what happened was the throttles are, if you're an American customer here in the US because of the silly stuff going on, if you're an American customer, the throttles are in the US, but there's been a delay with the flap lever and the speed brake lever and the brakes. Because of that, if you bought a bundle, so we're waiting a little bit longer for the bundle boxes to, make its way on the slow boat from China. So that's from what I understand. I have no official information whatsoever. I did go over to the new WinWing website. If you go to the old WinWing website in the U.S., you're going to get a notice. WinWing, so this is the WinWing website. If you're in the US, you're going to get this one, that you have to now go to another website, and the other website is over there. I just put a link in. Yep, that works. So you have to go over there. So that's the new US store. And then, of course, each time I've got to go and check on one thing here, and there you go. So you've got to do that. I then went and checked my order. It's still current. But yeah, I don't think they're going to let us order globally anymore because of the theatrics in the world today. So anyway, that's what's going on. We'll see if it makes its way into the U.S. If it makes it here by Christmas, I don't know. Right now our airplanes work. We just got a really, really nice update. Sphinx Music just did a really nice resub. A year and a month. Thank you for a year and a month of great support and helping me to keep the lights on. Sphinx Music, welcome on in. So if you are doing Flyin' See Santa into ENTC, This is the scenery that was updated 8 days ago. I think that's the one that I've got right now. So Loviz just put the link in there. So if you need to update before Saturday, today isn't Fly and See Santa. Today is just let's go fly between the airports. You know, not everybody can got a slot. So that's why let's go between Tromsø and Rovaniemi and check out Santa's Village. That's right. Vinyl Rabbit says that Sim Update 4 has a great virtual reality update, so VR is exceptional now. I tried some older VOR a long time ago. It just because,
New recruit detected.
you know, because we got
Welcome
this
aboard,
big
Agent.
thing sitting
Stay
on our
sharp.
face, and because we fly for so long, that's kind of what, that's for me as far as not wanting to do an awful lot of VR and stuff. So that's kind of why it is. Plus, my glasses were a little on the old side. The VR goggles or whatever, they were a little bit on the old side. So that's kind of why it is that I just stepped away from that. Plus, from a content standpoint, if you're, you know, doing a live stream about Flight Sim, in some cases it made people a little bit sick at their stomach. So there you go. XJet, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Babaji, did I say that right? We are flying to Rovaniemi, the Santa Claus airport. So all of that. Will we be coming to Larnaca in Cyprus? I would think eventually. Right now we've got some VATSIM events that are coming up, some holiday events that we're going to be doing. There's also, they did make the new Boom airplane. And it isn't the actual supersonic jetliner that they're thinking about, that they're going to be making. The Boom jet is the prototype. This was just, hey, this is us proving that we can make an airplane and we can fly it really, really fast. And in fact, I think that airplane is not going to fly again. It's already done its job, so it sits in the lobby as a museum or something like that. Yeah, VR for live streams can be tricky. I think I tried 3 of them, and in the end, it made people watching the live stream, again, feel a little sick at their stomach. So, you know, I kind of gave up on that one. Flight management guidance, GPS primer. I think, I got a problem here. I think in the latest update of Flight Sim, I think it went and it put TAA back in. Yeah, it put me back into DLSS. There was we all got Sim Update 4, and now we're back to, you know, whenever they go and set this up, they always go and change these things. So I need to escape out of this. Otherwise, all of our things are going to be blurry, I think. Okay, maybe I don't have to. Maybe we can keep flying. Maybe we don't have to get out of the sim anymore to do DLSS. Let's get back up VATSIM, see if we can fly. No idea. We were gonna. I was thinking that we might want to just take a look at the little boom jet, so we don't have to get out of there anymore. That is outstanding. That is really nice. So because that was kind of a thing. I also forgot to start Volanta. Okay, let's see. This is a SAS flight, and we're going to be 441. Oh, we need to go and put that in first. And here comes the Volanta stuff. And let's add a flight plan. And that looks good. There's also, Loviz found a really cool VATSIM event on Saturday after Fly and See Santa. And that one is Houston. It's over a whole lot of water, so not a lot of great scenery on it, but it's going to be a Houston to Montego Bay. And I think that's one of their annual events that they do for Houston and Montego Bay. So we got that one coming up too. All right, this all looks really good. We need to come over here, ASUS. So I don't know if we'll even be able to get the boom jet up. I didn't have time to just go looking around and stuff. I did spend probably about 4 hours yesterday trying to make DCS World work. and it looked really good. And then I started trying to taxi and take off, and it became unusable. So that one just did not work out at all. Didn't work out at all. There's the Houston event. Okay, flight number goes in there. And let's come on up here. And we need to do nav, nav, and nav. And we need to crew supply of oxygen. Hi, Danny VDW. Welcome, welcome. Okay, all this is looking pretty good. Let's come on over and open up some cargo. I don't know why it is. The bulk cargo. I always have to open that. Something's weird about that one. This is the A320, so this is a little bit bigger than what I usually fly. And let's go load 16 minutes. And here comes our passengers. And let's see, our cost index is 6. So that looks good. We're going to go to flight level 330. Let's get the winds aboard. And here comes the wind. And that looks good. And our plane looks really, really nice. I've already forgotten which airport I'm departing out of. Okay, wind data is aboard. Clear that, go back. And flight level 330. There we go. Let's do center of gravity and stuff. And load sheet. And it's 55.6 is our initial zero fuel weight. And page 2 says 31.4 for our center of gravity. And accept and go back. That looks good. And let's come on in here. That looks good too. And let's do our weights for fuels. Mad Noob is in chat, says Spy Hat. I think I also saw Autumn's art studio coming in, but it's not. It's out Autumn's Arts and Crafts now. I assume the art studio is still there. And Mad Noob, thank you. And we have a Spy Hat. Always got to do that. Okay. Taxi fuel is 0.173. And route reserve is 0.628. One of the numbers that I try to remember when I'm doing all of this, 0.981, especially on a Vectors to Copenhagen or a crazy flight where we know we're going to have to hold or something, is this last number right here. The final reserve, which is 30 minutes of fuel, 0.956. That is a great number to kind of keep in the back of your head, because that's 30 minutes of fuel. And that tells you, hey, it takes me about a ton of fuel to go for half an hour. So if I've boarded whatever I've got, I mean, anyway, that's just a really, really great number to keep in the back of your head for figuring out, okay, do I really have enough money to hold here? Or is it going to be, you know, do we not have enough money and we might as well just divert right now? Might as well just divert. It was Jessica's birthday yesterday. I thank you for coming in and telling us about your birthday. I hope you had a... hope it was okay. I know not many people showed up. That's kind of the way it is in the world these days. The world is changing. A lot more isolation and stuff. So that's one of the things that's really kind of special about the world that we're in right now is we actually have some friends that we can hang out with. You know, in some case is, you know, a little bit of a safer place. So happy birthday, Jessica. Mad Noob has the Airbus pilot's watch, but not the hat. This is an official hat. Loviz picked it up when Loviz went on a tour of the Airbus factory. So it came from actual Airbus, and you can get this style of hat from, I believe, the Airbus website. They do have a little merch store at the Airbus website. So actually it does work. So, I mean, you can go get this hat for sure. High Priest Medea just is on a 50 stream streak right now. Thank you for being on a 50 stream streak. That is a lot of streaking. So now that it's wintertime and getting cold, stay warm. It's actually kind of warm today. It's going to start getting pretty chilly here. We actually have winter storm warnings, and there's going to probably be accumulating snow on the ground before too long. Maybe not necessarily today, but tomorrow is when we might see a little bit of accumulating snow. Hi, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Moxa 1 Alpha departure. Mocha 1 Alpha and enter. Last time I checked at Rovaniemi, they are landing on runway 3, so it's going to be an RNAV, and it's going to be the OSL 3 Delta, Ostley 3 Delta, and I think that the VIA is going to be MIPCO, but I don't remember from earlier today. This is why you get your charts and look at them. So EFRO, and it's going to be RNAV SIDS stars, and that will remind me that this puts us out at Ropov. MIPCO, OTGUS, Ropov. I don't think we want either one of these. We don't want either one of these. So let's go no VIA, and that should do it for us. Hi, Flying Winnebago. Cold is an understatement. Yeah, I saw that there was some pretty good in and around the Great Lakes area, Flying Winnebago. So now 'tis the season that those cold winds are going to be blowing off Lake Michigan right into the downtown area, right? Just going to be really, really nasty for you. Okay, over here, let's get our outgoing weather. I don't think there's ATC, so we'll just do our own thing. 1017 is our departure. 1017. And that looks good. Let's go ahead and uncage this. I sometimes forget to get this done, and it drives some people crazy. Frankie Doo, welcome back in. Hi, Frankie. We are in Tromsø, and we are going to the Santa Claus Airport. And if you haven't been to this one before, I think we've all got a payware for it. This one is worth getting the payware because it's got the Santa Village and all of that, and that's really kind of a cool thing to have, is to have the Santa Village and stuff like that. Jose is back in chat. Welcome, welcome. Flying Winnebago says you've had about as much snow too, so you've already had a big snowfall in your area. Okay, so 55.6, that was correct. 31.4, that's correct. So our weights and balances are all good. And let's come on over here. And I've got 5.2 in the tanks. I've says I need 4.1. I didn't board a bunch of extra fuel on this one, just because, you know, not that many people are going to be going into Rovaniemi today. Hi, Captain Chris. Welcome, welcome. Navion. Oh, it's always kind of been there. I know that in some cases, you know, we do have a couple of things that, you know, a couple of parts of Flight Sim where there's an exceptional amount of drama and stuff in the world. And I know that that gets a little old for some folks. But yeah, I always try to keep it fun. Ground power's going off. Fuel pumps are going on. Let's get those going in there. And let's go and do our departure perf. Max Safe is back in chat. Welcome back, Max Safe. Runway 36, sync. I'm going to do anti-ice on engines. Oh, and as we're going out, be sure and look for Northern Lights. If you're doing this flight with me, when I first loaded in, there was a bunch of Northern Lights all over, you know, to the north of Tromsø. So it really was pretty cool. That's right. You've got Jessica has been doing all sorts of practice tests and is all ready to go. And IR is almost aligned. Let's go ahead and close the doors and get ready to go. Toggle the jetway. So, but yeah, always try to keep this fun. Have you had trouble with sim settings not saving in the EFB? No, but I don't do an awful lot of changes, Mad Noob. I haven't done that many changes. So, let's see. That's available. Let's disconnect ground power. Let's come on down here. Parking brake is on. Chocks and cones. Come on over here. Come on over here. And let's see if GSX will push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. And let's come on up here. We don't need code E and F aircraft. And let's come out of Rovaniemi. Do you want de-icing? No.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brake set.
That is actually an option that Polyot says that you can turn off. I'm thinking of turning it off. You don't change that's right. How would I notice? Well, let's try something.
We are ready for pushback.
Let's try something. There's an option in Flight Sim. So let's do sim settings. And there is an option that I've been wanting to turn back on. Auto jetway simulation.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Okay, well that's not good. I selected that and it just faded completely to blank. Uh-oh. Maybe I just broke something, Mad Noob. Hi, Marty. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon. We'll just go ahead. Squawk 2000.
Locking gear.
Squawking has begun. Everything looks good up there. Let's see. Arc, constraints in. Maps are great. Good evening, Blue Rat, for coming by today. So far, so good. I think everybody's doing pretty good today. We're going to do nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Beacon is going on. Seatbelts should have gone on when we closed the doors. And anybody behind me? Nope. I think it's time. So it's better to do settings through the Phoenix livery config file. That Cybex says that's how it sticks. Because they made the Phoenix livery config file, it comes equipped with super glue, so it sticks. Mad Noob, good to. Okay, so Mad Noob is going to try that after the flight. All right, let's go ahead and start up an engine. Starting engine number 1. Man, I'll bet it's really just frigid sometimes doing ground crew work here in Tromsø.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin.
I can't imagine.
As we are about to demonstrate the safety features.
I think we're getting a pretty decent start here.
Now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Nearest usual.
You were watching a DC-3 flight that you did out of Santos Dumont. Would I ever do a DC-3 flight out of Santos Dumont again? At some point maybe. I think, we don't do an awful lot of the DC-3 stuff. We haven't done that for quite a while, actually. So I'm really not sure. Laxon says that Tromsø, I think it's a nice little airport too. It's on an island. I kind of feel like this is a, cool place. It's cold, but I think this would be a great place to be. Plus, you regularly get to see the Northern Lights. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome aboard. Exponent, so far so good. So far, so good. It's been a good update for me. Hi, Tim Dog, Mad Noob. I was streaming
Parking brake.
the helicopter tour.
Ramp. Jump.
You could hover in the sim. Well, you know, those helicopters are kind of strange things. All right, looking good here, looking good here. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starting on up. But yeah, I don't know. I know that we regularly do a DC-3 flight on the 6th of June.
Unlocking gear.
We usually do the 6th of June, and that's a DC-3 flight. I don't have frame gen. Who are you? I tried frame gen. Didn't really work so well in my sim because I hop between all sorts of different windows all the time,
Removed.
and that's kind of the thing.
Left is clear, right is clear.
I think that's a fake video. I think that was an original fake type of a video that somebody did a long time ago. And engine number 2's coming on up. And there is our salute and release from guidance. There was the gear pin. They should give this person a light. They're waving at us. Okay, we're cool. Free Lethal has made the full-time jump to Microsoft Flight Simulator. The scenery is definitely a little bit better. That being said, there's some people that are running Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and it looks really, really good. I mean, it looks really good. So, you know, if this is not if 2024 is not working on your computer, don't give up on it. Okay, and I'm not doing the nose wheel tiller these days because I've disconnected the old tiller, and we'll just have to wait. So I'm not going to disconnect the nose wheel. Trim is going to be down 0.3. There we go. Flaps are going to be 3. Man, I've noticed a lot more flaps 3 takeoffs lately. Don't know what's going on with the flaps 3 takeoffs. And max. And we also said that we were going to have engine anti-ice on. Cabin call. Let's go. Parking brake is off. We need to get the Katie Pilot app running. Oh, nope, I didn't want... Nope, it's the Katie Pilot app, not Easy CPDLC. Apparently, some of the other airplanes have gotten some updates. I saw somebody chatting over on Discord that the A310 has gotten a pretty good update. So that's kind of some good, exciting news. All right, Katie Pilot app is working. And we're supposed to be on 122.8. Generally, if it's just me at the airport, I usually don't spend a lot of time yapping away except for takeoff and stuff. We could probably do an intersection takeoff at the Alpha intersection. I wonder if that is an option in intersection data. Full length, no. Could have put it in, but I don't have the time. We should be fine. Wow, this has just been a thrust idle taxi here. Tromsø traffic. There is a Scandinavian A320 taxiing onto runway 36 and doing a small back taxi. Tromsø. Strobes. Landing lights are ready, and we're ready to go. How bad does X-Plane 12 look? I don't know. I haven't really seen X-Plane 12 in quite a while. I'm gonna say that I think that you can make it look really, really good. Now, Sunjammer, who flies with us all the time, does fly in X-Plane a lot. And so my guess is Sunjammer's got it looking really good. It just takes a little bit more work, I think, to get X-Plane looking and working good. Okay, ECAM checklist is green. Almost time to go. There's the turnaround pad. Hi, Dad, game time. I think Dad game time was serious, but also just did a mash joke. Hang on. The airports are really well done in the sim. Engines up halfway. Elapsed timer. Manual flex. SRS and runway set. Auto thrust is blue. Tromsø traffic. Scandinavian 441 is on the roll. Taking off runway 36. Tromsø. V1, hands are off the throttles, and rotary.
177, taxi into runway 36.
Positive climb gear. There's the big bridge. I'm gonna guess the lights here are really spectacular at night. Lever climb and thrust climb. AP, flaps 1, forgot that one. Oh, dead game time, sorry. And flaps up, and out we go. Santa Claus Village, here we come. And we should keep an eye out for northern lights on this flight. We'll probably see something like that on this flight. Ooh, looks like terrain radar popped on. Must have gotten a little bit too close to some of the fjords. It only pops on automatically if you get too close to the fjords. If you get too close to a Chevy or a Nissan, it won't pop on. But with the fjords, it will pop on. So be ready for that. Flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, landing gear is up, and out we go. Oh, and that probably should get a drum roll too, right? Because nobody ever gets tired of the fjord joke, especially in Norway. Yeah, if anybody tells a fjord joke, you probably get yelled at. Someone says, okay, we've heard that a gazillion times. I just did an open climb out here just to see, you know, what happens. And altimeters, standard for the co-pilot, and standard down here, 1013. There we go. Flying Winnebago has a 5090. And 4 times frame gen is amazing. But Dad Game Time has a 4.0 double natural. Or at least that's what they call sevens, a pair of sevens in MASH. this is not the longest of hops. And there's a nice view back towards, so you can see the island over there. There's the airport, there's the bridges. So there's the island that everything's on, and then there's, of course, a city on each side, or maybe it's a town, I don't know. But that is a really cool view. And 10,000 feet, landing lights. And nose light. And I'm starting to leave my wing lights on for added visibility. And a really cool view. I don't know if they call it Tromsø Island or not, but a really cool view of the city island there. Hello, Rangi. Welcome, welcome. And the lighting is definitely a little bit better here in Sim Update 4. We have different colored lights, I've noticed too. Not just, you know, all one shade of yellow or white. Hi, Epic Gaming. Welcome aboard.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Rangi's back with a resub.
Royalty noted.
Hey, Rangi, thanks for the nice resub. 23 months. Thank you for some really nice support, Rangi. Welcome on in. We're heading to Rovaniemi. If you've got time to hop in your airplane for a preview flight of Flyin See Santa. Loviz says that the night lighting is much more realistic now in 2024. Norse Viking Gaming, Tromsø. The O means island, so yes, the O actually means island. So they would refer to it as Tromsø Island. No kidding.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
I'm guessing that is going to be... Yeah, it is a complete island. It's bridges on either side, so yes, indeed, it is an island. Can you turn on the logo light? The logo light in an Airbus, I believe, is automatic. So it turns itself on and off automatically. You don't turn it on yourself. Pilot 876 did a really nice resub. Hey, Pilot 876, thanks for the resub. And that's 53 months. Holy cow. That's really nice. Thank you for a 53-month resub. Impossible Face has an AMD, and it is indeed an island. The logo light, Irby says the logo lights are gonna go off when the flaps are up. When the flaps are extended, or if there's weight on the landing gear, which would make it a very, very heavy topic of conversation and a silly joke. And that looks really good. 61 miles from top of climb. We're 243 miles away from Rovaniemi.
Bits intercepted.
I always mispronounce
Intel
that
secured.
badly.
Every bit helps. Thanks, Agent.
And I'm departing out of Copenhagen on Saturday. So mine is Copenhagen to Tromsø. Let's see. Laxon has just dropped a couple of bits out there. No, it's 500. Thank you for 500 bits, Laxon. Is it super windy along at your house today? But the lighting is definitely better. I didn't realize Pittsburgh was bright during the day. I didn't know that Pittsburgh was bright during the day too. I think that might be a joke, but I might not have gotten it. Thomas Haynes, a joke, a story with a humorous climax. That's either Data or I think that's got to be a Data-ism from Star Trek The Next Generation. I think seatbelts can go off. I think we're above the clouds. I'm going to go anti-ice off. It was snowing when Impossible Face departed 10 minutes ago. Laxon, so in Boda, Laxon says yeah, it looked like it was windy. It was 35 knots of wind gusts. And with the temperature at -1 Celsius, that means it's really nasty on your face. Oh, it was Spock that's right. Okay, it is Spock. Yep,
Subscriber
you're
confirmed.
absolutely right about
Top
that. That was
clearance
it
granted.
sounded like a Data-ism,
Loyalty
but it
noted.
could also be a Spock-ism. Okay, so I need to put this in. My Fly and See Santa is going to be, I need to pop this in here right now or else I'm going to forget. And this is going to be Copenhagen, EKCH. And then it's going to be out to Tromsø. And I'm going to be a beer flight. Sibby found a really cool Air Berlin Christmas livery. So that was really neat. Really nice Christmas livery for Air Berlin. And while I was yapping away and writing down Copenhagen and everything else, Rangi was gifting some subs to the community. Rangi, you've been so generous lately. Thank you for the extra support. Really appreciate it. If you just got a sub, be sure and say a big thank you to Rangi, who has given some really nice subs to the community over the past few months. Years, actually. Tim Dog says it's snowing, but the snow is not sticking to the ground. But you're going to get 2 to 3 inches of snow on Saturday. Well, I hope it doesn't cause any sticky situations. Hey, Sunjammer, welcome in. Somebody was asking about how X-Plane is looking these days compared to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I suggested that maybe you'd probably have a better answer to that than I would, because you fly X-Plane all the time. So I don't know if you have time to explain that. The jokes just never stop. Hey, Idris, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, for the next flight, the Boom Supersonic people, we've got the Boom prototype airplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator now, and that might be fun to just look at. I don't even know if we'll actually get it off the ground, but we can check it out. So that might be fun. Tim Dog, it's a lack of stickiness that causes the slick roads. Either that, or instead of sticky, you've got people that are stuck up. That wasn't as good. I don't think that one gets a thing. Gonna be 80. Mad Noob says it's gonna be 80 today. Might have to go and lay in the sun for a while. Ooh, we just got some ATC, 131.055. I mean, I'm still excited about the project. You know, the Boom project. I still think it's going to be a neat project. I just don't like the name.
Canadian 71 Bravo, you're still on Sweden. Contact Helsinki 121.3. Okay, hold 56.
Sweden Control, hello. Scandinavian 441 is passing flight level 290 for flight level 330, about 163 miles west of Oslo.
Good evening, Scandinavian 441, Sweden Control. You are identified. Squawk 4657, please.
4657 now for Scandi 441. There we go. We even have a squawk code. Hey, Diamond Mike, welcome aboard. And I think we're all doing pretty good here. Loviz says it's a beautiful day in Florida. We're going to lunch and then you're going to visit the Manatee Lagoon outside on Singer Island. And you might fly a bit later on today. I'm trying desperately to come up with a joke about a singer, but I'm just drawing a blank there, so I think I'll just stop right now. And oh my gosh, there was there was a level 2 hype train that I totally missed, sorry. And I think that was Rangi's gift sub and Laxon's bits, so thank you both. That was really nice of you. Thank you, thank you. I am finding that I'm missing a little bit more in chat these days. I must be getting older. Flying Winnebago says in Chicago they're going to be bundling up because...
Hello, Ascot 177, Sweden Control, identify squawk 4747.
Thing is you could just go and hang out near the pizza ovens at Lou Malnati's. That's a great way to stay warm. I'm sure that, that'd be a great way to keep warm. We do have an ATIS, I'll bet. Let's see if they've got the same runways here. And let's do Phoenix. Refresh. Oh, they kick you out? But I heard everybody in Chicago is so nice. Okay, it is Information Echo. That is current. Runway 3 remains in use. Let's see. Downgraded contaminants. It's a frosty runway. A frosty runway. Apron conditions aren't great.
Over 25 X-ray, contact Helsinki Control 124.2.
Helsinki Control 24-2, Polar Bear 25 X-ray.
Oh, what a great name for a call sign, Polar Bear, for this time of year. Polar Bear sounds great. Okay, time to put in our arrival data. So arrival data is altimeter is 1012. 1012. Our temperature, a nice toasty minus 12 degrees. The wind right now is 350 at 11. Do we have a transition level? I really wish that Wiser part that you're talking about actually happened. I don't think the Wiser thing ever happened. Reduced transition level is 6.5, so 6,500 is our TRL. Let's see, it's an A320. Let's just leave it at full flaps. I probably shouldn't do so many flaps 3 landings except over in the baby bus. And the RNP for runway 3 is...
Name 441, when ready, descend flight level 100.
When ready, descend flight level 100, Scandinavian 441. Okay, let's do... LNAV, VNAV, 910 feet.
Ascot 177, when ready, descend flight level 100.
We've got some interesting call signs today. We've got some really cool call signs today. 45 miles to top of descent. Johnny Brown's back. We are flying to the Santa Claus Airport, hoping to catch some views of the Northern Lights tonight and see if we get some Northern Lights tonight. And we're going, and this is the airport that everybody wants to go to on Saturday for the annual Fly and See Santa event. And then after that, I don't know where we want to go with a boom jet. Boom Supersonic doesn't have its own airport, but has a major manufacturing facility at Piedmont Triad Airport in Greensboro, where they build their supersonic jets. The headquarters and testing for the XB-1 demonstrator is in Colorado and Mojave, but their primary assembly plant is in there. So testing was at Mojave Air and Spaceport in California. So let's see, Mojave Spaceport, that's where they tested this. ICAO, the Mojave Spaceport is KMHV. So KMHV is where they tested this. I guess it is at Area 51. Do I have any ratings? Live with Michael. I have a private pilot's license, and I was halfway through my instrument rating before I essentially gave up. Update will be deployed at 1900 Zulu. Okay. So, let's see. MSFS KMHV. Let's see if there's an airport. Okay, FlightSim.to has the spaceport. So let's come over here and look and see what Mojave Air and Spaceport. Explore Mojave Air and Spaceport, a hub for flight testing and spacecraft operations in the Mojave Desert. Discover a detailed boneyard, revamped runway, and I'll stop talking like a jerk. All right, come on down here. Let's see what we got. I've noticed it takes forever for the...
Gunning 441, contact Helsinki Control 124.2.
124.2 now for Scandi 441. Thank you. See you Saturday.
See ya.
124.2. We could also take the MH-60 helicopter out for a spin. So we could also go on a spin there. And we'll go back to looking at that airport in just a second.
Finnair 8 Jenkki Lima. Tuuli jatkaa pyörimistä.
And this is Helsinki control now, right?
030, 5 solmua, maksimi 12 solmua, eli tuuli.
Yeah, Helsinki control.
22, selvä lentolle.
I hope they have free parking at the airport. Helsinki control, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is 88 miles west of Oslo, descending to flight level 100.
Hello, Scandinavian 441. Helsinki Control, radar contact. Clear the Oslo to 3 Delta arrival runway 03, direct mid-go.
Scandi 441 now cleared for the Oslo 1 Delta approach for runway 03, now direct to MIPGO.
Finnair 5 Echo Alpha, request push and start, hold up.
There we go. We're cleared for the arrival now. So we're going down to 10,000. I don't think that they gave us another one, but we're here to MIPGO. That's at 2,500 feet. They'll tell us to go a little bit lower. So over here, we may have a fun little airport to play with. So this is, that looks like there's a boneyard.
X-ray, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Good evening.
I'm going to pop this in for you if you'd like to grab this, and we can use this for our
129.9
Boom Aerospace flight.
Good night.
Hey, Drama. You didn't get hooked up with the PMDG. No, I generally don't get hooked up with those things, and you know, haven't been one of the live streamers that actively pursues being on those lists and stuff. That way I'm never put in a position where I have to say something nice about something that isn't nice. I mean, I think it's great that they do those sorts of things, but like I said, I just don't want to ever have to say something nice about something that isn't nice. Okay, I think we're getting this just fine.
Finnair 8 Jekki-Lima, sähkö suoraan Luse.
Suoraan Luse, 8 Jekki-Lima.
Irvi says the A400 outer engines failed.
To 4,000 feet, the temperature correct altitude QNH 1013, number 1 in traffic.
Currently descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1013, number 1 jet 52.
I'm just getting all of that loaded in so that we can use that. All right, that should be in there. Now we'll use add-on linker to link it in, and away we go. Martin took the A321 LR long range to Mallorca yesterday in career mode.
Helsinki Control, hello from
You had a
Oscar
very
177.
good landing. That is nice. Good morning, Martin. Congratulations.
Hello, Scott 177 Heavy, Helsinki Control, radar contact, cleared Oslo 3 Delta arrival, runway 03.
Runway 03, Oslo 3 Delta arrival, Oscar 177.
All right, so we have the Mojave scenery all ready to go, and we'll just see what happens with this airplane. Hey Noah, welcome back in. You got a new cockpit flying from LA to Honolulu in the 747-800. Still no sign of any northern lights tonight. Hey, look, we all start in fair weather, and then we slowly build up. That's what we do in flight sim. So yeah, if you had nice weather, congratulations. That's the way it should be for you.
Request taxi, Finnair 5 question.
Scandi Ops? No ADC required. We had an on-time departure. Agent State 5, did I say that right? Just subscribed over on YouTube. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. There's the Milky Way galaxy. And I don't see any northern lights tonight. Hi, Amargosa. Welcome aboard. Doing pretty good. Okay, seatbelts time. Seatbelts? Hi, Black Dog. And looking pretty good on our descent. After landing, we're landing on runway 3, so let's plan on exiting at the Chuckles exit, and then we come back via Tango into the apron. And I did check the flight, the scenery. This the scenery package, the airport scenery for where we're going is really cool. For the Christmas season, it actually hangs Christmas lights and puts Christmas trees all over the airport. So it makes it nice and festive. Martin, your wife has a Switch 2 because, it's a Christmas gift. Super Mario. No kidding. Somebody just did something nice on YouTube. Thank you. So, and just loves it. So my guess is your wife's going to think that that's a great game. A really cool to have. Okay, let's go ahead.
Good evening, Helsinki Control. Fogger 83 Lima.
And posture check time.
Flight level 3.
Time to get ready to start flying the airplane. Airplane wants a little speed break here.
Helsinki Control, radar contact. Clear direct Lucet.
Oi, direct Lucet. Fogger 83 Lima.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to lose it if I have to go direct to lose it. Altimeter's 1012. Let's see, Martin's son is going to get Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 Aviator. Your daughter wants a parrot. The twins are too young, but they get teddy bears. You know what? When you're a kid, and even if you're an adult, a teddy bear is mission critical equipment for surviving life. Absolutely. As you know, my late sister was a police officer, and one of the things that she always made sure was in her car was a small bag of stuffed animals for kids that might have been caught up in something, and she always made sure that she had those in her car. So Thomas is a parrot owner. Please don't really investigate this first. I think any animal, the gift of a pet for the holidays is something you really, really, really have to examine and be ready for. I love puppies and kittens and stuff like that too. I don't have the time in my life to be a good pet owner. So, I think that's important. Skynick says you did get Flight Sim 2024. Congratulations. And it's working good. Awesome news. Hi. Hey, Captain 12 Tooth. Welcome in from the Captain Simi channel. Good to see you, Captain. Thanks for coming by. Thomas inherited an African gray. He's fun, don't get me wrong. That's right. From what I understand, it is like dealing with a toddler that's always throwing a tantrum. I had one friend that was really into birds and stuff, and yeah, I mean they were great and stuff, but I could never deal with that. Back when I was at work and stuff, I was never going to be home. Enough to be a good pet owner. And now that I'm at home, I'm live streaming anywhere from 5 to 9 hours a day, 5 days a week. So just not a good time to be a pet owner. I mean, look at what happens when low-vis is on final approach. The co-pilot starts chewing on the rudder pedals.
Maximum 1
so that's hard.
Good luck.
Diamond Mike, I am certainly happy to hear that. That's great. That's part of what I try to do, is make it so that it's enjoyable, so that if you are trapped at work, it's good. Oh, okay, Martins, you've got everything. You have 3 aquariums, 2 cats, and a puppy, and soon you will have a parrot.
Scandinavian 441, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Enjoy landing.
129.9 will try not to leave deep gouges in the concrete. Scandi 441. 129.9. Yeah, you never want to leave deep gouges in the concrete when you're landing. Thomas says better birds are parakeets, cockatiels. They can mimic and are sweet birds given time. Skynixus has an 11-year-old dog. Almighty Lashley, welcome aboard. Almighty Lashley is doing wide bodies, airplanes. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Rovaniemi, radar, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is descending to 11,000 with information hotel aboard, and we are direct to MIPCO.
South 2441, Rovaniemi, radar contact, descent to flight level 100 and runway 03.
Descending now, flight level 100, and we are going to, expecting runway 03, Scandi 441.
Flight back to 5 X-ray, contact tower 118.7.
Tower 187, Polar 25 X-ray. Have a good night.
You too, bye.
Okay, that's the coolest call sign, Polar Bear, for this event. .7. Slink for Slink, welcome aboard. How often do I clean out Stormy? Basically every 60 to 90 days. You know, there's summer and winter solstice and autumn and spring equinox. Those are the days that I target.
Scandinavian 441, descent to 2,700 feet, temperature corrected by ATC, QNH 1012.
Descending now 2,700 feet. Our altimeter tonight is 1014 for Scandinavian 441.
Confirm QNH 1012.
1012 on the altimeter for Scandi 441.
Scandi 441, correct. Via MIPCO, cleared RMP approach runway 03.
Via MIPCO, now cleared for the RNP approach, runway 03, Scandi 441. Okay, altimeters are checked and set.
Rovaniemi, approach, hello, Ascot 177 with you, passing flight level 130.
Hello, Ascot 177, Rovaniemi, radar contact, RMP runway 03.
RMP 03, Ascot 177.
Flaps 1. I think we're coming in over like a big lake. That's why we have such a... I think... No, maybe not. One of the things that I found is if you're coming in high and fast, which is of course the story of the spy flight and stuff, coming in high and fast in the Airbus like this, you know, get your speed down and start using vertical speed. Really helps you control your descent and your speed a little bit better as opposed to just managed or whatever.
Ascot 177, descent to flight level 70, observe next 10 miles below flight level 95 is uncontrolled airspace.
Descent to flight level 70 and repeat that last bit, please.
Observe next 9 miles below flight level 95 is uncontrolled airspace, no required traffic.
Not a problem, Ascot 177.
Oh, that's what they were saying. I get it now. So that means they're not going to be telling us that there's traffic there, probably because they don't have a radar. Maybe because we are indeed over some sort of a lake or something. Yeah, we're probably over I don't know, maybe they don't have a radar over that or something. Where is your vertical speed on an Airbus? It's on the autopilot, and it's all the way over here. So it's just to the next, just to the right of the altitude. And it's like any vertical speed, and you can control how fast you're gonna go up or down. Flaps 2. And approach is set. Speed brakes are armed and off. Looking good to go there. Looking good to go there. I think we're in good shape. Hi, Dogs. Welcome aboard. So, Dogs, there is a new airplane that's available. It's the Boom Supersonic Jet.
177, descent 2,000.
And we're going to just take that on a, just check it out to see what it's like, Dogs. There's a freeware airport from the airport where they do their test flights at Boom Supersonic. And I put that in. It's KMHV. And it's free at flightsim.tl. If you want to just get the airport, it's not a big download. And if you've got 2024, it should be in the airplane. I have no idea how to fly it. It could be disaster. You know, we could, end up on a 3-hour tour. When the minnow, goes ashore. Could be bad. Okay, posture check. It's time to try and land an airplane. What could possibly go wrong? Do we have an airport? Hey, look at that. There's the airport. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Let the autopilot do just a little bit of work for us here. That's part of what I was watching, North Gaming, so that I could start using the vertical speed a little bit better. That's kind of what got me started using vertical speed to be able to stay on a descent path a lot cleaner than I have been. Now, if only my landings would be a little bit better, which of course they're not. But there you go. How about wheels? Gear going down. We're already set for the tower, which is 118.7. But yeah, that was a good video. Descend the airplane like a pro kind of a thing.
2,500.
Scandi 441, contact tower 118.7.
118.7 now for Scandi 441. Thank you. See you Saturday.
See you.
Rovaniemi Tower, hi there. Scandi 441 is on a 7.5 mile final for runway 3.
Scandi 441, hello, wind 340 degrees, 11 knots, runway 03, clear to land.
03 clear to land, Scandinavian 441. Exiting to the right and then looping back to the airport. Oh, autopilot off. Slink for Slink, is the SimFest UK people, are they taking their big simulator on this one? Flaps. Flaps are full, ECAM checklist is green. I did try and spend about 4 hours yesterday with DCS World, and sadly, I could not get it out of slideshow mode. So probably going to stop yapping about that as much. Just is probably too much sim for Stormy to handle. The night lighting really does look great, doesn't it? Watch out for trees and reindeer.
Minimum.
Landing. Exiting right. Up, I see trees. Well, that didn't feel too bad, but usually the landings these days that don't feel too bad almost always end up being really disappointing. Okay, we're clear of their runway. That's good. We'll wait here for more instructions. Lights. Lights. APU switch. And flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. All of that looks good. Predictive wind shear can go off. I don't hear anybody. Did we disconnect? I know there's an airplane behind us. Rovaniemi Tower, Scandi 441 is clear of runway 3 and on Tango.
Scandinavia 441, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 9.
Stand 9 for Scandi 441, thank you. Stand number 9. Stand number 9. That's all the way at the end of the terminal, and we get a jetway. Our Irby had to disconnect. You had 4 engine failures. Really? 4? Hi, go to Fly Dayton. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. The A4. Well, did you have anti-ice on? engine anti-ice, and if it's the 400, that's a prop liner, so you also have to have propeller. You also had to have the propeller anti-ice on too, the prop icing, and all the anti-ice was on. Okay, I'll just chill out about anti-ice. Sorry to turn your misfortune into a silly joke. You restarted the... Wow, that's real interesting. I haven't had that happen. Looks like we've got static airplanes here. NATO says that might actually be a glitch of some sort on that airplane. Off and off. And this all looks good. So engine number 1 and engine number 2. That looks really good. Fuel pumps off. And ADIRS off. Crew supply off. Beacon and seat belts off. D-board. And we'll just come over here, and there's no jetway, so we'll do stairs. Let's request a GPU, open the door, and that'll work. I wonder, you know, we've been doing a lot of stuff. I wonder if that's not static scenery from the airport. I wonder if that's from the sim. Yeah, you can see I've got like, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 airplanes on the ground. I think I've got a setting that I need to fix, and I think it's over in graphics. And since we've been doing some stuff with, I think it's down here at the bottom, road traffic, air traffic variety. So we need to turn that to off. And now let's save and go back. And sadly, they're all still there. They're all still there. Uh-oh. So that wasn't it. That wasn't it. So down here, road traffic, airport traffic variety is low. Air traffic quantity is off. Parked aircraft, off. I bet that's it. Let's see what happens. Look at that. That's what. Okay, so if you've got unwanted airplanes at your airport, that was the setting. I think that what happened is after the last update, it put everything back to normal. So let's see. I usually do... so air traffic quantity is off, parked airplanes are off, and I usually turn these to off too. Airport services and stuff, just that's annoying. So I usually get those off. So those were off earlier, but now they're back on. I mean, those were off. The update turned them all on, but now they're gone. Hey, Real G Fuse, welcome, welcome. That reminds Tim Dog when the Phoenix Probe Heat wasn't working and you had to put icing to visual only or off. Boy, that was a long time. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? all the little bugs that we've been dealing with over time. Hi TV Sim Murray. Sim update 4 reverted everything back to vanilla state for savings. Well, I guess I'm sure that there's a reason why they have to do that, but it's a little bit annoying. Especially with everything in the cloud, it should save our settings for us and then, you know, give us the choice. Do you want to reapply the settings? So this little boom airplane here, it's a small one-person jet. I have no clue how this works. None, zero, nada. I don't have a flight plan or anything. So, I mean, I don't have anything set up, so we'll just see how it works and stuff. I don't think we need
top clearance granted,
SimApp
Agent.
Pro.
Loyalty noted.
So we'll delete that and turn that off, and let's see what happens. Here we go. No fear. Senor Tomas, thank you for a resub. Welcome back in. And thank you for an 8-month resub and some very, very nice support. And a happy Thursday to you too. Now we could do this all in multiplayer if we want, or just kind of look at the airplane and see what we can make it do. But I haven't done a thing with it. Didn't even set up camera views. And then afterwards we'll figure out some bat sim somewhere. Let's see if there's any snow falling yet. Oh, those clouds look scary. Those clouds look scary out there. It's going to be not so good. Mr. Posh Martin is back. Almost a year of being a subscriber. Thank you for a tier 1 for 11 months. Welcome, welcome. And also thank you for reminding us to keep things a little bit on the posh side, which is good. I think Victoria Spice would like it if we keep it on the posh side, right? All right. So we're going to be at this airport. Let's see if we can get a general idea of where we're going to be. And the best way to do this is let's use Sky Vector. So Sky Vector will show us KMHV Airport. And it's the Mojave. It's right here. So this is where they're doing the testing for the boom plane. Volanta should be offline on this one. I have no clue at all what we're doing with this. So let's see, to give you an idea, there is this Mojave Airport, and there is Vegas, I think. Is that Vegas? No, that's Palmdale. So here's the Mojave Spaceport. Basically, it's a little bit warmer here, Rangi, right now because we have a weather system coming in. And you know, when a colder air mass starts to come into the area, it pushes the warm air ahead of it. So it gets a little bit warmer before it gets a whole lot colder. If I were going to order pizza, I would do it today so that they didn't have to go walking around in the cold and snow tomorrow. But I have all sorts of good stuff here. Let's also see if we've got the airport here. So KMHV, here it is. And now we can open up some charts. And let's see if we have a taxi chart. Okay, so here's everything here. So we got some long runways. There is a control tower. There's a bunch of hangars. And then there's a couple of areas over here. One of these has got to be where the boom people are. For approaches, we've got RNAV approaches and all that. Weather, let's just look at info first and runways. So right now, well, that's no help. Okay, the weather says the winds are 130 at 9. So my guess is runway 12 is our best bet for whatever we're going to do. Okay, so from the spaceport here, there's Edwards Air Force Base over there. There's China Lake. There's Bakersfield over there. So that kind of gives you just a general idea of where we're all going to be. You know, of what's in the area. I like, you know, chatting about food is always fun. I don't eat tons anymore because mostly my day is spent live streaming. So I don't need a ton of the extra food that I used to eat in the past. But when it is time for food, it's always good to make it tasty. Let's see. So we'll all just discover this one together and see how it works. We also flew the C-17 the other day. Hi, Mike. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I think maybe the internet was just cranky on Monday. I'm not sure why it all blew up. Sometimes it gets bad for us. You know, sometimes it just gets cranky where I live. You know, it is apartment internet and stuff like that. Can't argue with the price though, so. Well, I usually take Tuesday and Wednesday off. My voice is just not what it used to be, and if I were to go 6 days or more, something like that, it would be completely gone. Almost done loading world data. Almost done loading world data. Not really. I tried not to use a so-called broadcaster voice. I always try to just be normal because there were so many other people in the radio that had a big bad broadcaster voice and stuff like that. And, you know, some of them sounded like, you know, they were throwing up. So I always felt like, you know, it's best to be genuine. Just be yourself. I mean, it's not easy, you know. The next question is, okay, what's yourself? I mean, it's not an easy thing to figure out, but it's the best way to do that. So just, you know, talk in your normal voice. And sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. You know, if you have to, you could turn on a big booming voice, but I didn't like to do that. Okay, come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're supposed to load faster. It's not supposed to take this long. Almost done. Yeah, that's right. It actually is a little bit annoying in the long run. All right, let's see if we can't go find this airplane. You could use a search thing. Let's see if we have a search thing. Boom. Here it is. It's Boom XB1. So it's the Boom XB1. And there's no real liveries or anything. I guess it's just the default livery. All right, so doesn't say anything interesting there. Fuel. Cruise speed, maximum altitude, and the range is 1,000 miles. Again, this was just like a proof of concept kind of a thing. So save and go back. Have you got an afterburner? I don't have any afterburner stuff. Yeah, the sportscasters could really be like that, couldn't they? Okay. It's Mojave, KMHV. Mojave. Okay, no idea where Boom hangs out. There's some pretty big facilities over here. So like there's a facility down here that's Boom. I don't know if it is Boom. But what we can do is we can give ourselves a custom entry point now. Double click it. Set as departure, but come back here and say on the ground and shut down. That's a new thing, and it's really nice to have. So let's start from down there. Again, I have no idea where Boom hangs out, so we'll just see where that is. And I don't think it should take too long. Oh, here we go. Boom. I think Geppetto is the name, is the call sign of the Boom test pilot. So one of the official test pilots. Okay, just taking off all the things. Well, my guess is, yeah. Just kind of looking around, haven't seen it up close like this. Okay, I think we got all that done. Let's hop in the cockpit and see what we got. Oh, very nice. Okay, so let's set a couple of views here. We've got, there's our main view, so that looks good. Let's get a big instruments view. So big instruments, that's probably a good thing to do. What have we got down here? Okay, I don't think that we need the reverser. So let's pull that down. I don't know how to get these to off. So that might be a thing. There's obviously the engine starters over there. Roll dampers, pitch dampers, yaw dampers. Oh, we can open up the hatch. We can open up this. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. Let's do a view down here like this. So let's have a little view like this. Maybe we need one on the other side. There's hydraulics. We've got map, auxiliary, tests. All right. Let's see. Does the stick move? Okay, the stick moves, so we don't have to change that. Dogs, I'm not on any one right now. If we all want to meet up on a multiplayer server, we can. I'm just not on anything at the moment. Okay, it looks like there's air. There's a seat. There's seat belts. Oxygen regulators. I'm guessing all that's pretty good. So you can tell me if you want. We can go and pop that in there. Okay, that closes the door. That closes the hatch or whatever. Okay, systems and everything else. Let's see if we find anything that looks like a power button. All right, over here we have yaw dampers. Those are flight controls. We have engine starts, so we've got those. But I don't really see anything over there. Down here, this says electrical generator. Up there's a battery switch. Battery is on and guarded. We got a battery. Those are hydraulics. So we got hydraulics. We have pressure. Avionics could go on. I think that's a generator there. If you have an afterburner, I will need an afterburner to get to warp factor 10. All right. Well, let's go and get an afterburner button. We can do that. So let's go and get that. Settings. Let's go to controls. Let's put it on the Ursa Minor. And let's search for it. How about Afterby? Toggle the afterburners. How about if we toggle the afterburner? Ready? Okay, it's my button number 12 is my afterburner. All right, we got an afterburner. I just hope that doesn't make us burn up. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? We've got all sorts of cool things. Okay. Altimeter is 3020 here. Boom. Mr. Posh Martin wants to know what version would you, whatever works good for your sim. Oh, which version of that? Yeah, Premium Deluxe. I got the Aviator version. That means you get every airplane and stuff. I don't need every airplane, but I do want every airport. And that's what it is that I wanted. Well, why don't we try and start a center engine? Do we have fuel pumps? I haven't seen anything that says fuel. That's landing gear. Engines. No idea what that is. That's the chute. You punch that button when you're in trouble and before you have to say, oh shoot. Fuel. I don't know about those. Transfer, auto quality. There's hydraulics. All right, let's just see. Let's see if we can start the center engine. The center engine appears to be starting. I think it is free with Sim Update 4. I think it's free with Sim Update 4. Hi, Original Godspeed. Welcome. All right, I think we've got the center engine going. I have no idea what speeds or anything we need, so we're just gonna kind of go with it. All right, engine number, the center engine, let's try and start the left engine. Left engine. Here comes the left engine. I think that Premium Deluxe comes with all the airports in the world. The anything below that means you don't get all the airports in the world, just a selection of, I guess, the major ones. I don't know. So I wanted something that had all the airports in the world. But I didn't necessarily want all the default airplanes. There goes engine number 2. Hi, Mad Noob. Yeah, probably shouldn't use the Airbus hat for this. Starting engine number 3. Okay, all of these are coming up. We have warning and caution lights up here. I don't see how to cancel them. Hi, New George. Welcome aboard. George says hi from Old George. Okay, we got 3 engines. Now then, I've got fuel set to auto. I've got backup hydraulics set to auto. So hydraulics are all good. Generator, let's see. Generator is set. That looks good. Airflow is on. Pressurize the cabin. Avionics are on. So my guess is everything's good to go on this side. On the other side, I think everything's good there. Let's go get the dampers on. Yaw trim. Everything else is set to auto. Hi, T-Bird. All right. Let's see. Let's go and get a couple looks outside the windows. All right, let's see if we can taxi. Let's see if we can taxi. That's the emergency gear release. I just tapped my brakes. I don't see anything that says brakes. Drag chute, gear handle. Parking brakes are off. Let's see. Falcon. I don't know that this one has a name. This is the Boom Aerospace. I think we're going. There are no, I was just thinking about parking brakes, but there is not a speed brake. Okay, let's use this to help track us. When landing, Maple Leaf says we have to treat it like the Concorde. I don't know if it's time for us. They are trying. This is the company that wants to make a second Concorde. Does it have an eject button? If it does, I will find it at the worst possible time. Well, you know, if James Bond can have an ejector seat, so can the Boom people. I have no idea, New George. Orphic Cam, this is their prototype. This is the prototype. This was basically, they made the XB1 to prove that they could create and build an airplane and fly it and go supersonic. That's what this is, and from what I understand, they are through flying this airplane. This is done. They're not flying anymore. Because of that, they're now going to do something else, and I don't know what's next on the list. Yeah, this is a civilian airplane. This is not a fighter jet. The whole point of this is to say, yes, the Boom company can make an airplane. Yes, they can fly it and safely land it. And yes, it can go supersonic. I think that those were the three questions that they wanted to answer with this airplane. That's right. The other thing that they're trying to do is make sure that there are no sonic booms. I believe it is pressurized because there was a pressurization switch, Orphic Cam. I think it was like 35,000 feet. I'm not sure. Navion, so far the frame rates have been good. There have been a couple of scenery burps. I'm guessing that's just because it's a freeware scenery or something that I don't think is technically for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, but practically everything works with them anyway. I think it was in this year and last year. We've taken the Antonov out occasionally. We haven't done much with it, but we've taken it out once or twice. The problem is it's so incredibly big, but also the other problem is the startup procedure on it is kind of involved. Hi, Firebird. All right, so how about we go out and back? Navion says they tested this in March of 2024 and they retired this airplane in February of 2025. Hi, Magician. Welcome aboard. Hi, Sibby. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. This is the prototype of the supersonic boom jet. All right, shall we see what's happening? Let's give it a shot. Throttle's up halfway. Johnny Carlin has a private pilot's license. I don't particularly like the name. I'm really excited about this. I think it's great. It's a neat company. It's a neat program. I like it. I think that the problem is, as with all airplanes and spaceships and stuff like that, you always run the risk of the airplane falling down and going boom. Which means that, you know, at a certain point in time, it's going to be a lousy, absolutely lousy, you know, marketing tool. And so that's kind of how it is that I look at it. Is this will be a bad, it's just a bad name. Did I take out a runway sign? Oh, okay. That's right. Yes, ask your custom if business is booming. He sells explosives. See, yeah, that's... Okay, so there's 5,000 feet. Let's see if I can trim us down. At about 7. That's right. The problem, they didn't like the other supersonic airplanes because they made sonic booms. That was the problem. All right, let's go ahead and push the throttles forward. Throttles forward. Speed's coming up, Mach 0.7. Okay, throttles are at 95%. Mach 0.78. Mach 0.79. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand part of why they wanted to call it that name. But again, I don't have the afterburner on yet. I'm about ready to do that. We're at Mach 0.84. Afterburners. Mach 0.9. 9.4. 9.5. Warp 0.99. Mach 0.10. Okay, over temperature. Let's go ahead and slow down and see if we can go land. I don't know that there's an autopilot, and this airplane is free in Sim Update 4. I think they must have. I don't know if they did that. There's a barrel roll. So for everybody, if there's a problem on Twitch, if that sudden maneuver causes a problem, this is the only flight sim live stream that comes equipped with a barf bag. So we got you covered. Hi, I am the 90 Gamer. trying to trim an altitude hold has been ridiculous. Yes, Mach 0.10 was the speed. I think I saw that it said 35,000 feet. I'm basically trying to head back to the airport right now, and let's see if we can land. Okay, throttle's about half. Gonna try and head 270 should take us to the airport, and then we'll try and do a loop-de-loop around there. Yeah, this is MHRV Airport, and it's a freeware airport you can get at flightsim.to. Okay, 270, let's try and roll out. And not climb. This is the freeware airport that we took off from, and you can get that airport at flightsim.to. It is a funny looking Concorde. This is their prototype. And I'm just trying to do little tweaks with the trim to try and stabilize this. Hey, Boozy Sheep. All right, our airport should be coming up straight ahead. Not very good visibility in this. But we did make it up above Mach 0.10. I'm just doing little taps of the trim to try and get it to hold around 7,000. We'll see how that works. About 375 knots. The altimeter's already set. I can already see a big problem with this design. No cup holders. Where are you supposed to put your extremely expensive cup of coffee? No cup holders. Gotta have cup holders in your airplane. Okay, there is, I think, our airport. So there's the runway right there. How about if we try and do a loop all the way around to come back and land? Because that's our runway right there. We took off, I think, on that one. maybe not. Maybe that's not it. That's something else. That's right. The burger's too expensive. $100 for the burger. That's the airport over there. Okay, that looks more like it. That's some racetrack thing. There's the runway right there. And we wanted the really long one. All right, there we go. All right, let's see if we can make this work. I'm reducing my speed a little bit. Okay, there's these hills up here. That could be inconvenient. Okay, there's speed down to about 240 and a gentle descent. I have no idea what the gear extend speed was. Can't even see the runway here. A little short. Okay. Well, we seem to have made it. There's also a boneyard here, so sadly there's a bunch of jets that they're tearing apart. Are you expecting to use the terrain? I think you're really supposed to use the terrain on PFD. That's where I really think that we're expecting to see that. I think we could walk away from this one. So I ended up on this runway here. We took off on runway 12 and we landed on 8. There was a bit more of a crosswind on this one. So there was a bit more crosswind on this. I don't know, it's kind of fun. I think it was great to check it out. You know, we've got a couple of, there's another prototype airplane in the flight simulator. It's that all-electric airplane that they were developing in, I forget exactly. I think it was like, not Sweden. It was a bit of a Harrison Ford. We can just park here at the control tower. Well, that was relatively successful. And parking brakes. Okay, so let's see here. Fuel cutoffs. No idea. I think that's fuel cutoff. All right, I'd say we made it. Interesting little airplane. I had no idea what the V speeds or anything like that was going to be on this one, so I don't know, not so bad. It's free in Sim Update 4, so if you want to take it out, I tried to rotate at about 170, 180 knots was what I was going for, and I think we landed at about 210 or something like that. But other than that, it was okay. I didn't notice that there were any things to read about the right speeds or anything like that. But you do need to get to supersonic, you're going to need a afterburner button. And that worked pretty good. Ollie, thank you for a resub. Thank you for being here for 17 months and really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, well, that was a good time. Let's see if there's some ATC in the area. Let's see if there's any ATC about. Apply and reload. Yeah, I think they just did an update here on VATSIM radar. Okay, there's still some ATC around here. We already did our flight into Rovaniemi. Looks like Scottish is up. Still look a bunch of stuff in Germany and stuff. In the US, we've got not an awful lot at the moment. Let's see. There's a little bit here in the Caribbean. Ollie, thank you again for the nice resub and always being here. Let's see. Not an awful lot in the Mediterranean right now. Got a little bit in Germany. It shouldn't be too crowded, so we could do something like that. Looks like Paris is up. Gatwick. I don't remember how to start that thing up, and you have to know how to start it up. We could go and do, let's see, EGPE. Inverness is up. Aberdeen. We could do it'll be a little dark, but we could do a Ryanair from Inverness down to, we do have the new Manchester airport. So we do have the new Manchester airport. We should have ATC most of the way. Flight Sim Dave did Aer Lingus this morning. I haven't been able to get the ATR going. My ATR has been a problem lately. Did you have any trouble getting your ATR working? Because I had like, it was kind of nasty. Could also look and see where there might be some weather here. So that's where there's ATC at the moment. Let's see what's happening in Australia. Australia and New Zealand are pretty quiet. Looks like Hong Kong is up. They've got, well, we do have Kai Tak is up. We could do our heart attack route if you want. We could depart from RCTP and go to, they do have ATC up for Kai Tak. We could do a Kai Tak heart attack. What's your biggest airplane you want to take? We could take, I don't think I've taken the A350, and I think they've updated the A350. So we could do something like that. Anybody want to do a Kaitac heart attack? That's take your biggest airplane into Kaitac. Now, it's important to check a few things here. We need to go into our library and make sure you only have one Kaitac loaded. Otherwise, things gets... Civi says take the A380. I don't know that mine's updated yet, but we could try an A380 flight. An A380 Kaitac heart attack. Okay, let's look here and see. RCTP. Okay, first of all, VHHX. VHHX. I have a single VHHX scenery, so it's installed, so it should work for us. So that's good. RCTP. I have no scenery set up for that. Okay, let's do a quick restart of the simulator, which is always a good thing to do. Well, it could cause a real heart attack, so let's see what happens. Let's see. We need to see add-on linker for RCTP. Okay, let's do SimBrief. And RC, new flight plan. I don't know which airline yet. RCTP VHHX Kaitac. So A380. It's an A380, it's the 800. Okay, I've got Lufthansa, British, we've got an All Nippon, a Hawaiian, and a Qantas. I think All Nippon would work good. So this will be ANA 441. Let's add a little bit more time to the departure time here, because this airplane takes more time to set up. Okay, that looks good. It's also 5 right and 1 3. Okay, VHHX, they are landing on 1 3. So that's good. That runway's all set. So fuel planning, how about 15 minutes of extra fuel? It shouldn't be too bad ATC wise. Okay, let's generate this flight. And let's see what we have over here. RCTP. We do have a scenery for Taipei. Okay, I will put these, all of this into the next command for you, so that you can get all the IC cows that you need on this one. And Taipei. Now you do have to have a Type A personality. You can't have a Type B personality. You really need to have a Type A. Yeah, I know it was stupid, but we have stupid jokes here. Uh-oh, yellow flags are already flying on the field. Okay. And I think I need...
New recruit detected.
Let's see if sim,
Welcome aboard,
sim
agent.
update.
Stay sharp.
Harry Viking just hit follow. Oh, that's right. You're going to have to find the charts. All right, let's see if this works. All right, here comes the sim. No chickening out now. All right, let's come on over here and view a PDF. Save this to the desktop. We're going to need that. Comedy is full swing. That's right. I will put there are charts over on Discord. If you don't have them, I will send them your way. And it's almost time to start sneezing. Because of course it is. I do suggest that you get a nice beverage for this flight. All right, hopefully that takes care of sneezes. All right. And this is an A380. Almost done updating titles, and we're almost ready to go. Okay, all this looks good. Uh-oh, Microsoft Flight Simulator's being a brat. There was a problem trying to sign us in. That's not good. Let's try it again. Okay, now we're fine. All right, that looks good. Here comes. The flight plan is updated too. All right, so all that looks good. We did not pre-file on VATSIM. VATSIM. No fear here. Flight level 360. That's probably pretty reasonable for this. File. That looks good. Navion says the XB1 reached Mach 1.122 at 35,000 feet. And it did it 3 times during a single flight.
Welcome aboard,
so it did
Agent.
make it out
Stay
there.
Sharp.
SO Cal Guy. Oh, SoCal Guy. Southern Cal Guy. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. We hope that it stops before the end of the runway. Otherwise, things could go very bad. Okay, we got filed, right? Yep, we're filed. Cool. All right, that looks good. And let's come on over here to Taipei and find ourselves a place to park. We need a very big gate. I think we need one of these big gates over here. It's a big airplane. Okay, I think you also need to hold on to your flight plan. So we're going to need our flight plan. There is our route. It's been a while since I've been in this one, but it usually works really pretty good. Okay, that looks good too. Now then, charts. Over on Spy Discord, I'm going to put in a set of charts that I use on the main page. And you'll need those too. So I use charts that look like this. It's sort of a Lido style lookalike chart. And I'll put that in right now. It's going to be in the main chit chat page. And give it about 3 or 4 minutes and it should be ready to go. Okay, so we got charts. That looks good. We got a flight plan. That looks good. And let's come on and close that and come up here. And we'll grab one of those gates. No ATC going out, so just do your own thing, and you should be fine. Okay. Landy, thank you for answering, Senor Tomas. Okay. It's time for a beverage. Is snow flying yet? No snow at Spy HQ yet. I may need to make a control binding change, because this airplane has 4 engines and most of us have throttle setups that only have 2 levers for throttles. And I think I may need to fix this. But it's easy, and I'll show you how to put all those throttles together. Loading sim objects. We're doing pretty good here. Absolutely. And this is one of the live streams where it's absolutely okay to ask questions. I may not get to it because I get easily distracted by these complex airplanes, but somebody in chat will. Do I remember my first live stream? Oh yeah, I even have video of it. I think I even still have video from it. It was a test. The very first live stream on the Spy flight was a little test. And I just basically popped on to see if it would work. Let's see if I can find it. Nope, I can't find it.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted,
Nope,
Agent.
I don't see it. I'm
Loyalty
sure it's
noted.
somewhere. I will look for it and try and find it. Bryler Gaming's back. Hi, Bryler Gaming. Bryler Gaming Bryler Gaming did not do a resub. Bryler Gaming gifted 5 subs to the community. Bryler Gaming, super duper nice of you. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Bryler Gaming. And welcome on in. We're going to do the Kai-Tak Heart Attack if you want to get your big monster airplane and come fly with us to Kai-Tak in Hong Kong. Well, we never know what will work and what doesn't. I see an Emirates flight there. I think Irvy's flying with us today on this one. Thanks, Bryler Gaming. Welcome on in. Almost time to go. Almost time to go.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Delta
granted, Agent.
2585 just
Loyalty
became a
noted.
subscriber with Twitch Prime. Thank you for using your Twitch Prime sub here. I know you only get one. Thank you for using it here. And Buckeye says to hydrate. I just hydrated, but let's do some more hydration. Almost done. This actually is a pretty complete airplane. It's just really freaking big. Really freaking big. Not a little bit big, really freaking big. But everything should be
New
working
recruit
just fine.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Anton
Stay
Maximus
sharp.
just hit the follow button. Thanks for the follow, Anton. Anthony Maximus, right? Now, this is where I've noticed that since Sim Update 4, it tends to slow down just a little bit. Just a little bit here. Remember the IC Cows code is an A388. Thank you, Captain Sibby. Thank you for being here, too. Always fun when Captain Sibby, by the way, I learned all about Airbuses from the Captain Sibby channel. I always like to do that, Mr. Posh Martin, just so that everything, sometimes simulators and stuff like that retain a little bit of interest or some, some settings and stuff from the last flight. So it just sort of like, it starts it out all fresh. A380. Fly-by-wire A380, there we go. And configure. Irvi is in an Emirates A380 and says the cabin looks really nice. And yeah, if you get a chance, really good puzzle games, really good, gosh darn it, what are they called? Role-playing games. If you get a chance, check out Captain Sibby. Liveries. Well, I got the fly-by-wire livery. I have a Lufty livery, and that's about it. So I don't see my other liveries here, but also lots of good flight simming stuff. And a cute little dog named Yoshi. All right, let's see if we can make this work. RCTP. And I'm thinking, how about gate Bravo 7 might be available.
New recruit detected.
And let's see if this is going to work.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
It starts with F and goes to the F area. Iberte, did I even say that close to correct? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think we're all set and ready to go. See if this works. Okay, I think we're loading. Just a matter of sit here and wait. Oh yeah, or changing sceneries. And now is the time when we wait for the sim, because that's what we do a lot of. I think we've got to check our throttles, and that should be about it. Everything else should work just fine. Hopefully the autopilot works. I have no idea. I don't think that the McDo would work on this because this has the 3rd generation Airbus cockpit in it. So the really cool touch screens and stuff like that. Oh, I think I updated this recently. I think I updated this airplane, so it might take a little longer. Nope, I think we're done. Here we go. Time to go. A very big airplane. Shift C gets us into the cockpit. We're going to need to set some camera views here first. So main view, got to set that first. Then I'm going to do big view. So big view of the main navigation display and primary flight display. You got to have one of those. Okay, that looks good. We're going to need an upper panel display. So we need the upper panel. And that looks good. Let's get the upper panel going. Let's see, we need an autopilot panel view. And on something like this, I'm generally going to go so I can see this, but also the main controls there. So there's autopilot panel view. And I try and make them all the same, all the way across all the airplanes with my number pad here. All right, let's come on down here, and we need the McDo view. And that looks pretty good. So now we got McDo's. And then we got to come back here, and we need a radio panel view. So radio panel view, got to have one of those. And then the next thing I'll do is an overall kind of cockpit view off to the side like this. So I can look down and see everything there. And then we have to go and do a electronic flight bag view. So there's the EFB down there. Kind of get in a little bit close. And there's the EFB view. All right, all that looks good. Now, the last setting that we got to worry about is the throttles. Most of my throttles are set up for 1 and 2 engines. There's engine 1 and 2. There's engine 3 and 4. Look at that. It's already set up. I can do speed brakes. Also, let's make sure the controls work and the controls work. It's flying time. Let's get on VATSIM to see if VATSIM likes us. Here comes VATSIM. We could change our flight name, I guess. That way it's going to match everything else. So DLH, it's going to be a lofty flight. Did you say the S word, Captain? Actually, I'm going to do some Asian noodles for dinner tonight. I've already cut up vegetables and chicken and, okay, ramen, but it tastes good. Did you say soon? Missing chase plane and PMDG. I think those are the next 2 things to get an update. I really think those are the next 2 things to get an update. What kind? Was it Civi Pizza from home that you make? Because Civi makes great pizza. It looks good. It always looks. I'm sure it tastes great too. Okay, we are going to be a lofty bird. What kind of pizza? Never buy, always make your own pizzas. All right, here's VATSIM. So we're going to be a DLH, and we're in A388. Connect. We are on VATSIM. Let's see if Volanta will work. Do I make Asian food? I make my own variety. So what I'll do is I'll do like chicken. I'll do usually just, you know, some basic vegetables. Actually, yeah, you could do. I've been spicing up. I've been spicing up ramen since I was in college. I mean, seriously, that's what I did. Spicing up since I was in, for sure. All right, that should get us on. Volanta, and I think we're almost ready to go. All right. I see another airplane. I think that's Irvy's Emirates down there. WRX DEAS Center. Hey, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Mad Noob is still here. All right, come on over here. Click the center of this, and I think that's what turns it on. All right, so let's see if this will go get our sim brief stuff. There it goes. I think it looks like it loaded that. How about that? That's pretty good. Okay. Let's click the airplane. And that looks good. Let's get some services. Let's get a jet bridge. We already have a ground power unit. And here comes a jet bridge. Okay, let's go ahead and do APU. So batteries first. Let's listen to the sounds. We'll give the band a little break here and check out the sounds now. Ready? Nav lights, logo lights. No smoking to on. Emergency exit lights to arm. Got radios, autopilots. The autopilot panel works, so that's going to be friendly. All right, all this looks good. Okay, navigation data. That's important. Our navigation data is good until December 25th. So we're good to go there. Let's do init. Company flight plan request. Wait a second. Gasper is thinking about getting the Phoenix airplanes. I think the Phoenix airplanes are really, really good. I think they're worth your time for sure. Okay, there's performance. Third-party options to link my Navigraph stuff. Oh, yeah, fly-by-wire. This is fly-by-wire for sure. Presets, checklists, air conditioning, air traffic control. It's probably down here in settings. Third-party options. Look outside and tell me if it's snowing outside while I try and log in. Navigraph, hang on a second. Almost done. Navigraph code. And let me just put in the secret code for a second. I don't see any snow. Almost done. I'm just checking to see if I need... Oh, Hoppy is already set. Okay, Hoppy 8 cars is good. Come on back inside. Okay. I think we've got that. So all of this looks really good. There is our flight plan. We've got all of that. That. I thought I did these. Uh-oh. I linked the account. All right. Well, I just screwed that up big time. Okay. Sorry about this. Let's get this. 30 minutes ago, it was 16. Now it's 9. Yeah, we've got a weather system. So, you know, that's what you see. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't just blow myself out of the water there. But yeah, it does cool off awfully quickly here. Oh, this is getting annoying. This is not working. Irvi is popping in for a smoke break or something like that. It says it's linked it, but it's not linking it very well. All right, let me try this one more time and generate a new code. Hang on a second. Look for more snow. Sorry about this. Come on. Why is this such a problem? All right, we're not going to have charts that'll work with this. That's okay. We can do other things. We can use the original. We can use Navigraph, the app, and that should work. Okay, let's come on down here and let's try and receive this again. And insert. There we go. Now, I think these bigger airplanes, they wanted you to have the APU up and running. So they wanted you to have the APU up and running with these airplanes. Yeah, we'll just use this Navigraph here. That'll work. Okay, come back over here to IFR low charts. Import the flight from SimBrief. And here comes this. Raul Radic just did a sub. Hey, thank you for doing a subscription. Thank you for the extra support. I really appreciate it. RCTP taxi. So this should be our airport right there. Yep. And that. And then our flight plan. The Charlie 1 Alpha departure. So the 1 Alpha departure is right here. And we've got that. Okay. And then we're not going to be able to get any charts coming out. All right. So DRCTP, that looks good. We got to do the IRSs just like any other Airbus. So come up all the way to the top and do nav, nav, and nav. And then come down here and I will turn on cruise supply of oxygen to tell me that I've turned those on. We can also do an APU bleed. And that makes the cabin all comfy. I could also get the Lido charts in here. Ooh, that's much better. Navigraph and charts. So I could also do that in here. Because I'd much rather have those. That's probably going to be aircraft options pinned programs. Do you use extra controllers? Yes, I do. You really kind of need those after a while. Not in the EFB, but in the 2024. Oh, I would do it that way. Okay, we'll do it that way. Okay, let's go ahead and we need to start loading the airplane. Fuel. So fuel, the flight plan said we needed for today's flight, I need 26,113. So that's a nice little roundup. That works. That's right. Use the toolbar version of that. Now, while that's loading, let's also go to payload. And we are supposed to have 339.3. That is correct. We're going to do fast boarding. And I think we do the 2 arrows. And that puts our passengers aboard. Okay. Yep, they're coming aboard. Let's go finish this up. Departure. Our departure today is going to be, or should we go to 5 left here? No, 5 right is great for us. So 5 right. And this is such a cool 5 right. Our SID is going to be the Charlie 1 Alpha. And there's no transition out. So temporary flight plan and insert. VHHX, let's do the arrival. Runway 13. I hope. Yep, runway 13 is our arrival. We're probably coming in on the Magoo 13 arrival. So Magoo 13 is our arrival. Those are SIDs going out. There's Magoo 13, and that puts us out at the Chengchao waypoint. Okay, I think we can do that. Let's see what happens. Runway 13. Approach. ILS. Star. Magoo 13. Uh-oh. There we go. Runway. None. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can't do that. Runway 13. No approach. And we have to put it in manually. Temporary. We can do that. Okay, so that goes in there, and that looks good. Cool. Now then, page down. After Elato, okay, so after Elato, it's Magog. And CH. So let's see if we can insert Magog after this. Insert next waypoint. M-A-G-O-G, Magog. Okay, it took it after Magog. I wonder if it'll let me put in Alpha. Insert next waypoint. Oh, you gotta click the box. Then you can type Alpha. And I'm gonna suggest grab the one that's the closest. 376 miles out. Cool. Now after that, it's the Chengchao VOR. So let's see if they'll give us that. Insert next. And it's CH. And CH 112.3 is the frequency. Look at that. It's got it in here now. 112.3. There's the Chengchao VOR. Okay, now that we've got that, we have to put in the actual arrival. This gets a little trickier because there's a new Gulf arrival. And so after that, there's a new one. So after Chengchao, it's Gulf. And then the shallow one, non-directional beacon. And then from there, it's you're on your own. So let's see if we can insert Gulf. Insert Gulf. And let's see if we got one here. There's one that's 439 miles away. That's got to be ours. There's Gulf. Now let's see if we can get the shallow one, non-directional beacon. Insert. And that's SL. Click out. And the non-directional beacon is 268. And that's the frequency. Look at that. We're going to have this whole arrival in there. Okay, so that looks good. And insert. And then after that, we'll pick up the IGS for runway 13. So that looks like a good flight plan. Back to init. Fuel and loading. How's the loadout here going? Okay, so we have 378 passengers. I think we're loaded. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. So our zero fuel weight is going to be 339.3. 339.3. Enter. Okay, our zero fuel weight center of gravity is 35.5. Good. Block fuel. I always read that off the flight instruments. And it's not over there. Eek! I don't see block fuel there. Well, if we come back to fuel, we'll take it off of this one. But I always like to read it off the fuel panel. And our block fuel should have been 26.1. We're at 26.2. Okay. So far, so good. It's on the panel with the doors page. Oh my gosh, there it is. Holy moly, it's all the way down here. Vector Hockey got it. Look at that. They moved that down there on that panel. That one moved all the way down. That's really interesting. Thank you, Vector. 26.2. We've confirmed that our fuel is aboard. That's important. Okay. Taxi fuel is 0.748. 0.748. Enter. Our route reserve for 15 minutes is 2.27. Our alternate, sorry to cough so loud, 4.89. And 30 minutes of fuel should be 3.83. That says 19 minutes. That doesn't look right. We'll just go with that number off the flight plan. Our number of passengers are 378. That's good. We'll be econ. All that looks great. And performance. I think it's almost time to get out of here. Take off performance. Now then, do we have a performance calculator on this now, or do we need to go and use the one from VATSIM? I think we use the one from VATSIM. Not from VATSIM, from Navigraph. Navigraph has the SimBrief. SimBrief, that's what Irvi said. That's the best word. This is actually really cool. So go to Takeoff Performance. And so you come over here and this gets all of your information. So temperature, weather, and calculate. And now we've got all of our data that we need. So 141, 143, 148, it's going to be flaps 1. So all of that is really cool. So just use that one for this. Okay, so flaps 1, 141, 143, and 148. Okay. We're going to flex. And our selected temperature is 66 degrees. And does it give us a trim, or do we get that elsewhere? Airport, heading elevation, wind, blah, blah, blah. Weight, thrust, flaps, thrust, temperature, runway, stop margin, green dot. It doesn't, but I think after we get started, we get a trim setting. I think we get that in there. So that's fine. Don't worry about ever being late here. Okay, I think we're loaded. It's time to go. Let's get out of here. Airplane. Nope, trucks. Services. Let's lose the jet bridge, and that should close our door. Let's do our fuel pumps now, because I always forget. And I think on this one, it's all top to bottom for your fuel pumps. All right, APU is available. Ground power is going off. Ground power is off. Seatbelts can go on. Mad Noob says the trim's going to be auto. Ground power goes off. All right, 122.8, 122.8, turn the mic on, and everything should be good to be able to hear that. I think it's time to call pushback. GSX. Pushback and departure. We'll do Tiger Air. The altimeter here.
Type air traffic, Emirates 177 pushing back from Charlie 1.
3009 is our altimeter. 1009. No, it's giving it in inches of mercury.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, it's attitude, pushback truck driver. 3009 translates to 1019. This is not working. Okay, that looks good.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
All of that is clear. Let's come up here and do beacon. We've cleared all moorings. Seatbelts are on. Everything else is good. I think we could go. Shall we give it a shot? And we're going to do... There's Irvi pushing back. These are so big. I know, being bold today. Being very, very bold. It's like Cowboy Mike's own original Ricochet Cowboy barbecue sauce. It's bold. Tail to the nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Are we ready to go? I think it's time to depart the scene of the crime. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Squawking 2000. Let's go to surveillance. So transponder auto. Welcome back, Jessica. And away we go. Now I think on this you can start 2 engines at once. So starter to ignition start. And then look over here. Engine 1. Engine 1 is starting. This is, I think you have to use the development version if you're going to be in in Flight Sim 2024. Okay, here comes engine 1. And I think it's still in the start process while it's got those little white boxes around it and it said available at the top. Starting engine number 2. Starting 2. Borkus report.
Traffic Emirates 177, taxiing to 05 right via Quebec and Sierra.
I hope I said your name right. Welcome aboard. Yeah, Jessica's here. I'm sorry I'm missing a little chat. Sorry about this. Borkus, good to see you. We're on 2024 right now. I think the word beast of a plane is a good way. It's a monster airplane. Okay, we're getting a good start on that engine. I don't have any cabin views. We'll set cabin views when we get up in the sky. Sibby wants the PMDG 747s. They're going to be really good.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brakes are set. Got another good start. I suspect this does not climb like an F-18 either. Starting engine number 3. It's got the little bracket box indicating starting, and the engines are there.
Unlocking gear.
We like our cranky pushback truck operator. You know what? We could use an Airbus hat, couldn't we? Gecko Man,
Tow truck
we
disconnected.
could use the Airbus hat on
Bypass
this.
pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
No ATC. Let's just clear ourselves up to flight level 360. And final start. And our pushback truck is driving out. There is our cranky crew chief waving at us, or maybe flipping us off. I don't know. Thank you. Bye. Always love the cranky crew chief. The A380 could do a 40-degree takeoff. Really? This is where you watch Netflix, but you can see it's not available. I thought you were done with the 2 weeks of your practice exam, so I figured you were pretty much done. Okay, all 3 settings are good. Starter back to normal. APU bleed off. APU off. Control checks time. Performance page. Flaps 1. Elevators are good. Ailerons are good. Rudder is good. And flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are over here to take off. Auto brakes are good. Accumulator pressure is fine. Nose light on. Cabin call all. Parking brakes off. And away we go.
Type A traffic Emirates 177 line of runway 05 right for immediate takeoff.
Irvy's almost out of here. Constraints in airports are on. Traffic is on. Doing thrust idle taxi right now. Brake check. Good. Now we'll see if the nose wheel steering is going to work. Well, Jessica had 2 hard weeks of practice tests, but they're supposed to be over now. So now it's holiday time, right? Chris, so some charts work. I couldn't get Navigraph to work in this one, but it is what a machine. If you click the switch above the second screen next to the EFB, it comes on, and that gets us Netflix. And I think Irvy has already taken off.
Type A traffic, Emirates 177 is cleared of runway 05 right and passing 2600, final call, Type A.
Well, yeah, but you said you're done with the mock test, so now it's just a matter of chill out and enjoy the day, right? Okay, let's do takeoff config. 1, 2, 3. Takeoff config check is good. ECAM checklist is green. Type A traffic, Lufthansa 441 Super is approaching 05 right, and we are taking off. Type A. Do we need anti-ice? I don't think so. Done for now. Oh, you've got one more day. Okay. Flight directors are on. No school today. Kuma had no school today because of a strike. It wasn't that fast. I was being careful. I was being good today. "35 knots? Well, I wasn't being too naughty. Strobes. This is really big, but it's not as long as the A340. The A340 is the longest Airbus. Okay, landing lights. Shall we give it a shot? Throttle's up halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Speed's coming up. AP. Yeah, lever climb. So thrust climb. Thrust climb. Flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. And we're coming out. Type A traffic. Lufthansa 441 is clear of runway 05 right. Last call. Happy landings, Type A. Okay, all of that looks good. This looks good. bring out the map a few clicks. This was actually really pretty good. Everything was just fine with this airplane. Got to remember that we're a Lufthansa Super. We'll just do an open climb. We'll have time for a cabin tour for sure. And Gecko Man, I hope, we changed the spy hat over. So we did do the spy hat. Trey, this is an A380. So this is the double decker with 4 engines. Speed's going up. Irvi was right. Thanks, Irvi. It's the A380-800. It's a free airplane from Fly-by-Wire. Anyone who uses HDR in 2024 having light bloom issues since Sim Update 4. All looked great, but now Landy says there is light bloom issues. You know, I'm desperately trying to come up with some sort of bloomin' joke on that, but I'm not doing very well, right, Landy? Landing lights, 10,000 foot cabin call. A bug. Mobiles to auto. Altimeters to standard. Landy says it might not necessarily be a bug, it's just something that changed in Sim Update 4. We are 493 miles away from Hong Kong. If you're looking at your clock, Zulu time, the airplane estimates that we're going to land at 22:38 Zulu. If you're wondering how long this flight's going to be. We have the cabin in romantic mode right now. Now this is the lower level. Oops, we went a little bit too far. I was going to try and get a wing view. A wing and an engine view. How do you stand up, Ministry? I'm not really standing up. I've just moved the controls, the view a bit. There's a good wing view. Now then, we kind of have to move around a little bit here. We have to go up the stairs. Caps happen. Shift works too. I just am not that shifty. Let's see if this first class view was better. Why don't we do that one? Irby says the airplane is growling up to flight level 360. So there's the wing view that Irby uses. So you could have all sorts of different views along those lines. But it's growling. Nichols says they've changed something with the lighting. Phoenix says that there have been issues with lighting as well. And here's some really nice first class seating. And so basically what we're going to go do is now get behind the wing and get a behind the wing view. Lovis is trying to get out of RCKH in the A350. What? Taking a small miniature airplane like an A350 on a flight like this? I shouldn't be so insulting. That's a big enough plane. Now that should be behind the wing there. See you in Kaitak. Just so you'll know, there have already been a couple of Kaitaki jokes. And now this is an upper view. So we're in the upper deck here. And now we got another wing view. You had to wait for, oh, the A350. Yeah, the WASM updates and stuff, right? Those do take a while. Okay, so we're good to go there. How are we doing? 25,000 feet. Let's go seatbelts to auto. And out we go. We are not such a bad climb. The A350 Lovis is talking about, I think, is the Anybuild's A350. It's the Anybuild's A350. And we're going to have a nice sunrise arrival into Kai Tak today. Again, this is the freeware A380 from Fly-by-Wire. No, Gecko Man, this is a freeware airplane. And for a freeware, I have to say this is really pretty good. Just go ahead and change the arrival weather to VHHH. It's the same thing. So winds right now are 100 at 17. Altimeter is 1017. So that works pretty good. Yeah, they did a good job. I think you'll like this one. Again, it's a little bit big sometimes. So you can't just take it on any flight, and especially on VATSIM, you have to choose the appropriate airplane. So this is not an appropriate airplane for a lot of airports. So we're just kind of coming down the side here. And I think Loviz was talking about maybe taking off from one of the airports on the south side of the island here. Tomorrow is Frankfurt Friday, where all of the really gutsy flight sim pilots are going to be taking off. So be ready for all sorts of fun ATC there. It's where those who have leveled up are ready to test their flight sim skills. Or people like me are just too silly to realize that they have no business being there and probably shouldn't be there after all. Although my little Air Berlin kind of gets in and out of there pretty clear. Just check my email. No email from our friends at WinWing today. Oh, well. Definitely ready to pay for a throttle. Probably going to take some time, though. Controllers at Hong Kong Center saying, uh-oh, here comes some spies again. Always causing trouble. Always causing trouble. Divert fuel is 8.7 tons. The airplane estimates that we're going to have 10.5 tons of fuel. So we've got an extra 2 tons of fuel for going around. Ha ha, like I'm ever going to go around. But still. So that's good. Flight level 360. And we are in cruise mode. 286 miles to top of descent. On the arrival here, we need to expect to be at 6,000 feet at the Chengchao VOR here. So 6,000 feet here. Although, actually, no, they're saying above 8,000 feet. It's above 6,000 at Gulf. That's probably no lower than 6,000 feet if they put you into a hold at Chengchao. Now then, I think we may have to dial in the IGS, which is going to be 119.9. Transition level is 110 if the barometric pressure is 980 hectopascals or above. Okay. And the IGS is about 675 to 680 feet minimums. Ooh, a very nice sunrise arrival in. Now, when it during the holidays, when we get to New Year's Eve, we'll be taking off and we'll be doing our first flight in going to Hong Kong, and that's the first place that we go for fireworks and stuff. I did not load in any of the lighting enhancements. There's some freeware lighting enhancements that you can get for Hong Kong that are really quite nice. And so that's kind of a cool thing. And we got that over there too. Cool. Any sign of snow yet? Yeah, clouds are still pretty thick. Temperature's holding steady at about 8 degrees Celsius. We have winter storm warnings now. Oh, it's a warning now. Oh my gosh. 4 inches of snow by tonight, 3 inches tomorrow morning. So it's total 7. I'm going to suggest it's probably going to be more like 4 inches. Keep in mind, National Weather Service predicts what is the top end, so you can plan ahead. And you can already see we got a nice flow of moisture here. Boy, am I glad I got all the grocery shopping done. I know it's time to start breaking out the snow people. GT Boy, beer cheers. Hi GT Boy, welcome, welcome. Hey GT Boy, thank you for a 74-month resub. Wow, hard to believe it's been 74 months. Thanks for a 74-month resub, GT Boy. Welcome on in. I'm not sure predictive wind shear and the weather radios work. So I don't think that any of those work. Thanks, GT Boy. Welcome on in. Okay, that's not implemented. ATC comms are not implemented. But what we've got to do is be ready with a nav aid. We may have to we may have to put in our own nav aid here. So we need to be sure and check that page out. Let's go over here and we're going to put nav aids on this one. And after that, we'll do performance on that one. So that way we can see if indeed it automatically loads the IGS for us. It might not, but we can do that because we've got the chart and we know what the frequency is, 119.9. The inbound course will be 088. Look for the checkerboard and make your turn. In the real world, they, I guess what, for lack of a better word, the city council of Hong Kong, they did decide to leave the checkerboard in place and they paid to restore it. So they're going to leave that as sort of like, hey, here's the checkerboard from Kai Tak. And so that's going to still be up there as like a little landmark that they're going to keep, which I thought was nice. I guess the airport that we're going into now is nothing. Is now just a big cruise ship dock now. I think it's all about cruise ship docks. For a while, they left a little bit of the runway out there so that people with radio-controlled airplanes could fly around there. I always thought that was really kind of a cool idea and wish they would have left a little chunk of the runway there, just for that purpose and a little park. But I guess, that's probably expensive beachfront property, so they probably didn't want to do that. But I thought it was neat. And now, I think if I've read everything correctly, the new airport, parts of the little artificial island that they have made for the new airport out there, is sinking. Because of course it is. So my guess is the engineers there have their hands full trying to stop that part of the island from sinking, because there's a lot of expensive runway, taxiway, and a bunch of other stuff on it. So that could be a thing.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Brapuda, did I say that right? That was a subscription over on YouTube. Welcome on in. And if you're just joining on YouTube, thank you for being here. I'm just getting started over there, and it's really nice. Sun is coming up. So they included some bottles of water here in our first class seats and an iPad. And there's, I guess, the phone or the remote control. And you can, this is one of those lay flat seats and stuff. And I guess, what you do is you put your feet down in here and then the rest of this thing lays flat. They're supposed to be relatively comfortable, I guess. I mean, you've also got a little bit of a privacy door or something that I think maybe closes. I'm not
Subscriber
sure.
confirmed.
So,
Top
you know,
clearance
you've got
granted,
that
Agent.
too.
Loyalty noted.
But that's one of the upper level first class seats. If you're wondering where there's a shower and a bathroom here, I don't think that that's modeled in this scenery. Will from online has gifted some subs to the community. Hi, Will. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. I can't say thank you enough. Thank you for some very generous support, helping me to keep the lights on. I couldn't do it. Those are really making such a big difference, so thank you. And I guess back here we've got like a bar or something. I don't think that there's this much open space back here, though. I can't imagine that they haven't done anything to, you know, cram some people back in there. But there's the back of the top level of the airplane. And then we've got some circular staircase down here. Will, thanks again. Oh, I would hate for my lights to go out too. Thank you for helping me to keep them on. I guess maybe this was supposed to be a galley or something. And so here is a nice little spiral staircase here. And then here we've got 3 by 3 by 3. Oh, wow, not 3 by 3. It's 1, 2, 3 on the side. And how many here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably great for a family, but I would not want to be in the middle section here. That would just be painful. I don't know if they let you have candles or something, but that would be nice to make it a little more cozy. Maybe fake candles. And I've never been on an airplane that's got, you know, a monitor in the seat back like that. Not a big one, a very, very small one on a DC-10 a very long time ago. But I've never seen any, you know, any of those new modern in-flight entertainment systems. Irvi says we can turn up the cabin lighting in the EFB. Okay, so here is our flight. Aircraft options. Barrow. Browsers. Oh, I don't have SimBridge on. That's probably why. That's probably why it is that I couldn't download some things into that, because I didn't turn on SimBridge. Auto cabin lighting. I think it's on. Turn it off and on again. It won't let me. Maybe because we're already in flight. Maybe when you're in flight, it won't let you change things. Maybe there's a new bug. No, there can't be any new bugs out there. Just say no to bugs. We don't want any bugs. This airplane gives you the option of leaving the logo light on. So the baby bus you saw, or the A320, it works in conjunction so that now look, you've got your own control for the logo lights. Buckeye, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Yeah, we had a real cold, chilly day, I think, on Tuesday morning, and I went out Tuesday morning, so my voice is already messed up. A new bug? Can't have that. All right, how we doing here? We are 169 miles to top of descent. So in 69 miles, we'll put in our arrival ATIS data. Sometimes, hey, cold, 80-degree colds are never nice. Yeah, I may, let's see how far away. We actually have a second here. I'm gonna go ahead and just go over and microwave something really fast, a warm beverage here. So if you would, just give me a second. I'm gonna go over there. It'll be about 1:30. So now's a perfect chance. If you're flying along with me, stand up, walk around a little bit. But if I go and get a warm beverage, that'll help with this voice a lot. Thanks for understanding. Be right back. Please, please, please. Don't touch that remote. Thank you. Using one of the holiday mugs now. It's time for the snowman mug. That will feel good. All right. Yeah, I know I should have reported 5 minutes out of the cockpit, but we're not under ATC control right now. So I'm probably not too far away from being outside of the code of conduct here. Although probably pretty close. 126 miles to top of descent. So there is our top of descent hockey stick at Magog. Over here on the flight plan, I don't think that we really had that many. I don't think that we had that many altitudes here at Magog. So Elado, Magog, Alpha, nothing really there. As far as altitudes there. So we'll just until we get under ATC, it'll be 8,000 feet will be our descent, our initial descent. I think we could actually put those in here into the flight plan. So at we could put a few numbers to help us in. So at Chengchao, 8,000 feet. That's CH right here. So click it. Constraints. At or above 8,000 feet. So it's at or above 8,000 feet. And this is a descent constraint. Okay? And so that should change that and pop that in there. That might help a little bit. Let's see. Loviz says, arm the approach at SL. Yes. Gulween, I don't know what that word is, Captain Sibby. Is that what I'm drinking? It's a ridiculous concoction. It's hot chocolate and Bailey's, because it'll help my throat. Just a little bit. At Gulf, we have to be at or above 6,000 feet. Constraints, at or above 6,000 feet. And that's a descent constraint. And return. How do you get the fixed page to create? Oh, Guava Lagoon. You can do it. Sorry. Yes, you can do it in this airplane. Let's do that. That's important. Flight plan info. Fix info. All right. So we have to do, it's just like the other stuff. So we're got, it's German for mulled wine. Oh, that stuff's really good. Now, this is sort of like mulled hot chocolate. Okay, so fix number 1 is supposed to be VHHX and 13 for the runway.
Traffic.
The radial, we need to get the opposite direction of the radial. Loviz, am I about ready to run into you? Am I being a bad pilot? 316. I think that I'm probably causing problems here. And 5 miles. All right, let's see here. I think my airplane is taking an evasive action. Yeah, I think we're probably taking an evasive action here. I'm going to do a 360 here and get away from low vis. Okay, so what we did is we got that one in there. And now what we're going to do is fix 2. VHHX, runway 13, and I would like a 10-mile range ring. And then fix number 3, VHHX, runway 13, VHHX 13, click outside of the box, and that's 25-mile range ring. So again, to find this, if you're over on flight plan, just click flight plan info. Flight plan info, and there's fix info. And that's where you'll find it. I apparently have been beeped. I have been beeped. And we are going to talk to Hong Kong Center 127.1. There we go. .127.1. Loviz just got a heading.
Virgin 201, over to ATC. 103, 122, definitely, goodbye.
122, definitely. Thanks for the ATC. See you next time, Virgin 201 Heavy.
Thanks, see ya.
Hong Kong Center, hello from Lufthansa 441 Super. Overhead Elato doing 360-degree turn at flight level 360 to avoid traffic.
Lufthansa 441, Hong Kong radar, hello, squawk 5211.
5211 on the altimeter for Lufthansa 441.
Lufthansa 441, just confirm staff the squawk and not the altimeter.
5211 is our squawk for Lufthansa 441. Did I say
Cafe
altimeter?
120, resume own navigation, direct mag off.
Did I say
Direct
that
mag off,
was the...
resume normal
Loviz.
navigation, Cathay 120.
Lufthansa 441 identified, cleared mag off 13 arrival, and turn right heading 170.
Continuing our right turn now to a heading of 170. After that, it's cleared the Magog 13 arrival for Lufthansa 441.
Emirates 177, when ready, descend via star to flight level 140.
When ready, descend by the star.
Did I say the wrong word, Sniper? Really? One of the things that I guess I've really started to notice is, you know, the level of concentration that is required on VATSIM. And with our really, really awesome airplanes these days, is kind of hard. Yeah, I mean, it's gotten a lot more difficult. Not in a bad way. It's difficult in a good way. We're learning so much, and we are doing so much more with our airplanes and on ATC than we've ever done before. That being said, I guess my concentration is kind of a little bit off. TRX Red is on YouTube. You want to start to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. Are you going to get that on a PC, or are you going to get that on a console? I know Sunrise is going to be nice for us today. Sunrise is going to be nice. Will from I noticed that I'm getting old. Not really. I mean, you know, voice-wise and stuff like that, yeah, sure, it's not what it used to be. And I don't think that I'd want to get on a bicycle and do another 100-mile bicycle ride. But I do notice that what it takes to concentrate on VATSIM, it takes more than it used to.
Lufthansa 441, turn right heading 270.
Continue the turn right to 270, Lufthansa 441. TRX Red, PC, good call. Okay, so you want to do this. Step number one, TRX, is make sure your computer can handle it. This is a complex sim. Our airplanes are more complex than ever before. The whole world is modeled as is the stars in the nighttime sky in flight sim, but also it's also the weather is modeled, and all of the scenery is satellite photography scenery. Okay, so important step number one, make sure your PC can handle it, can handle the sim. Otherwise you'll be spending all of your time chasing system configuration stuff, and that's no fun at all. Next after that, realize that, like I just said, these airplanes are getting more complex than ever before. I mean, this simulator right now is simulating an Airbus.
Lufthansa 441, resume O navigation, proceed direct Magog.
O navigation, we are direct to Magog for Lufthansa 441. So these things really are getting more complex all the time. The whole point of me yapping about that is telling you that these airplanes, because they're as complex, the learning curve in flight sim is different than any other computer game. Okay, if you just got the new Assassin's Creed, you have 10 minutes that you're going to spend learning how to make Eva and Cassandra move forward, backward, right, left, and hack and slash, you know, like a master. And then you'll play for 90 days and the game's over. This is a whole different kettle of fish. This is a different game. You're going to spend a lot more time learning, but you're going to play this one literally, if you wanted to, for years and years.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
I mean,
Stay
there's
sharp.
a lot. Yeah, the world is our playground. I mean, right now I'm sitting in my goofy little apartment here, looking outside, expecting snow, and we're about ready to land an A380, a simulated A380, in Hong Kong's famous Kai Tak Airport. So we get to do these incredible things. But the learning curve, especially if you're going to fly on the network, is a little steeper. So make sure that you give yourself time to learn. Very important. SVK Fokker. Are you like the cute little Fokker, the F-28 that's coming out? The hard part about this is all of the configurations are a little bit different. They're all a little bit different. So I'm not sure what your setup is like at home, what controllers you have, how powerful your computer is. All right, let's do direct to Magog. Direct to Magog. And insert. And it took care of us just fine. T-Bird says, remember that it's also the holidays and Air Berlin chocolates. But as far as configurations, the simulator comes pretty well configured already. You're going to need to decide what you want for a throttle, a side stick, and if you're going to do rudder pedals and stuff like that. You can go to town, and I will tell you, it can get pricey as hell. It did not load the enhancement. Oh, yeah, I forgot to load the lighting too. The lighting enhancements for Hong Kong. But it's going to be daylight anyway, so we'll see. We'll see everything. How are we doing on fuel? Expecting 10.7 tons of fuel for landing. We are currently at 11.5. We got more than enough. Destination EFOB is now below minimums. Uh-oh, I'm in big trouble now. Maybe it didn't like that discontinuity. Nope, it's not going anywhere. Let's do performance. 81 miles to top of descent. This is
270, return VSR to flight level 110.
low vis is doing the first A350 flight. It seems pretty good. It is. We've done several A350 events, and it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. It takes, whenever you update it, it's always going to take, it's taken about 20 minutes now for the WASM files to update, and that's kind of a thing. But after that, it works great. All right, let's put in arrival data. Okay. The wind in Hong Kong is 100 at 17 knots. The outside air temperature in Hong Kong is 21 degrees Celsius.
Cafe 120, when ready, return VSR to flight level 140.
When ready, descend via the star
Altimeter
140, Cafe 20.
is 1017. And minimums for the IGS I'm gonna say 675. Okay, we're gonna make it a full flaps landing. Transition level, the altimeter is above, it's above 980 hectopascals, so it's going to be 110. And that's what it did. It figured that out. That's smart. Full configuration landing. We're all set and ready to go there. Back to cruise, 62 miles from top of descent. CGT, welcome back in. Not sure what we'll do next. Not sure what we'll do next. Okay, I think we're all ready to descend. If you've never done this approach before, you really want to be slowed down to 180 knots or less as you're making this turn. And you want to be, as you're intercepting this, you absolutely want to be fully configured for landing, because, you know, as you're starting to cross over the island here, you're going to be keeping an eye on the little chaser lights. You're going to be looking for the runway. You're going to be looking for the checkerboard. You just don't have time to do anything else. So this is the free A350 from Fly-by-Wire. We have got, looks like Emirates 177 is landing first, followed by low vis. China Pacific, I think, CPA? No, that's not right. And then some idiot in the other airline. There are 4 arrivals and 2 departures out of Hong Kong. Hey, Mikey, welcome aboard. Well, we're taking an A380 into Hong Kong's Kai Tak. What could possibly go wrong, right? Hi, TWSM. Yep, I think this is a great combination. No fear or no sense. You decide. Here are our fixes all set up. So we've got a 25-mile range ring, a 10-mile, and a 5-mile with the extended center line over here. So our extended center line is all set and ready to go. It's a real helpful another great way to keep an eye on where you are on the arrival. China Southern, I don't remember what low vis was. I don't think it was China Southern. I don't know if it was Old Nippon or not. The little gray cells are getting grayer. Not for Christmas. For Christmas, we do Christmas in the Caribbean. That is Orlando to Kingston to Princess Juliana on Christmas Eve. And on Christmas Day, we do Juliana to Nassau to Atlanta. And that's Christmas in the Caribbean. New Year's Eve, we do the Kai-Tak Heart Attack. We do Paris to London. And then we do someplace to Boston to New York. No, Boston to Washington, D.C. Cathay Pacific, Guava, that's who it is. That's who Lov is. Lov is a Cathay Pacific. Mikey says the A350 is super challenging, and Mikey even took the Concorde in there on P3D. And the P3D Concorde, that was a hard airplane. That airplane was a tough one. Guava Lagoon, that's right, Cathay Pacific. Top of descent in 30 miles. TW Simulation says VMMC is a more challenging airport. I think that probably we love Kai-Tak because it's been closed for almost 20 years, I think now. And it's also famous, and there's a little bit of a vibe about Kai-Tak, but you're probably right about that. Mikey says the A350 doesn't like the tight turns. The Concorde was surprisingly easy, simple to hand fly. My frequency changed.
Cathay 120, information Oscar for Kai-Tak, expect IGS 13, descend VSR to flight level 110.
Send 110, we have Golf and the IGS 13, Cathay 120.
Cathay 120, information Oscar and Kai-Tak.
Roger,
Phuket has a nice beach approach.
Lufthansa 441, when ready, descend VSR to flight level 140.
When ready, descend via the star to flight level 140 for Lufthansa 441. Oh, and we do have Oscar aboard, just to say, yeah, nanny,
India Alpha, resume all navigation.
Sorry, Logan, stop being a brat.
That's Papa India Alpha.
I do not, the pilot in command 767. That was like, Ryan, that was like everybody's first complex airplane in flight simulation, was that pilot in command 767. But oh yes. We did a flight in there in the MD-11.
Hold on, radar. Since after we arrive to Macau, we would like to fly back to Hong Kong. Seems we just want to taxi that long back to the terminal and let's issue a clearance. So can I just
Hey, Coney, welcome back. I had a great time doing the MD-11 into Kai-Tak, Mikey. That was a fun flight. Skipper Jeff says Concorde needed at least 3 pilots to hand control it. That's right. Well, the flight engineer spent most of their time moving fuel around the airplane. I mean, constantly keeping the airplane in balance. That was like a full-time job.
Air Hong Kong 216, climb VFit to flight level 160.
All right. Press the button. Let's start our descent.
The Alpha, when ready, descend to 3,000 feet to reach by Papa, Macau QNH 1017.
Irvi is becoming nervous.
When able, descend 3,000 feet by Papa, Calculation next 1017, Bravo Lima India.
Oh, don't worry about it, Irvi. You've done this before. Sim pilot nerves of steel. No fear.
Okay, 270, request for descent.
Somebody's autopilot just popped
You're clear
off.
for the approach, so you can descend as published.
Somehow I thought this is okay, 270.
And Cathay 270, for next time, please remember to select the line transition in your FMC.
Oh, I thought you said 270.
Somebody's AP is off.
Yep, no worries.
Loviz says, oh, you should be very, very scared. Be very, very quiet. RM, welcome aboard. Is there an airport map
Cathay
to land?
120, descend VSR to 8,000 feet, QNH 10.
That's right. All you need to do is look for that
QNH
checkerboard, then
1017,
look off to your right, and there's an
8,000.
airport.
Cathay
Simple,
120.
right? I don't
Cathay
know
198, when ready,
about
descend to flight level
Antarctica.
260 to reach by Sunny.
Denver 260 when ready, Cathay 190.
And Cathay 198, just to confirm, it's flight level 260 to reach by waypoint Sunny. Sierra Oscar November Yankee.
260 by Sunny for Cathay 198.
There are Lido navigation charts. The default 2024 chart system includes data for a vast number
Cathay
of global
438, Hong Kong radar hello,
airports.
identified. Climb via bit to
Some
7,000.
of it covers airports in Antarctica, such as
Cathay
SCRM.
408, climb via bit to 7,000.
Come to 7,000 feet.
So there are some that are out there.
Emirates 177
There
from Charlie
are
Hotel,
some
clear IGS
Antarctica
13.
charts that are out there. We've never been there because it takes just forever to get there. It takes a long time to get there. Mikey misses the challenging approach days. Mikey says
Yeah,
try
Alpha from Papa,
Wolf's
clear
Fang,
island to the river,
Dachi
runway
Leon. Yes, we are in
So what about the approach from
A380.
correction from 34 Bravo India.
The A380. Okay, keep looking over here. It has not put in our arrival. I don't think it is. I'm going to put in the numbers just in case.
Hello, Red Cap 87 Mike X-ray climbing to altitude 5,000 feet.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, Hong Kong
Okay,
radar hello,
I just put
identified.
this
Climb
in
via bit to 6,000.
manually.
Climb to
It might have done it, but I'm not trusting. So
Cathay 270, contact Hong Kong Tower, 118.2, goodbye.
All is good for the Cathay 701.
Air Hong Kong 216, climb to flight level 250.
Climb 250, Hong Kong 216.
so far so good. No reason to be afraid.
Cathay 408, climb via bit to flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160, Cathay 408.
It's a little bit of ATC in Canada today.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, climb via bit to flight level 160.
climb flight level 160, stated Red Cap 87 Mike X-ray.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray.
Still
Sorry, my bad.
doesn't
Climb
like
via
my
7,000 feet.
EFOB, estimated fuel on board. Panic fuel is 8.7 and we're at 7.
Yeah, Alpha, surface wind 080 degrees, 15 knots, runway 34, clear to land.
Perfect, land, and we are having a little bit of issue with the localizer, so we'll try ourselves to line up visually with the runway 34 with that available for Indy Alpha.
Indy Alpha, roger, that's fine.
I don't know about you. Like I said, I just manually plugged in the IGS on this one. So I don't know if you're going to have to do that with your plane or not.
Air Hong Kong 216, climb flight level 370. Air Hong Kong 216, pretty direct and far.
Oh, amazing, thank you very much.
Cathay 198, descent via star to flight level 130, cross Sunny, Alabilo, flight level 260.
Descent 130, cross Sunny at 260, Cathay 198.
Cathay 408, speed 280 knots.
Speed 280 knots, speed 408.
I think that there might even be, I would say that this airplane is probably,
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, thank you for your patience. Climb via 6, flight
I
level
would think
160.
that this airplane is still good, is good enough now for across the pond.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160.
So far, everything is working great.
Lufthansa 441, information Oscar at high tack, expect IGS 13, descent via star to flight level 110.
Continue the descent now via the start of flight level 110, expecting the IGS runway 13. Information Oscar is aboard.
Cathay 120 from Charlie Hotel, cleared IGS 13.
From Changsha, I cleared the IGS 13. Cathay.
Low vis is going in. Haven't heard from Irvi in a while though. Could be a problem.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, speed 280 knots.
Speed 280 knots. Recap 87 Mike X-ray.
Land ho! There we go. The crew up in the crow's nest has reported they've sighted land. Either that or iceberg right ahead. Irvi is coming in on the IGS right now. No fear. Sim pilot nerves of steel. Captain Simi says it is past your bedtime. It's late in Athens.
Cathay 742, Hong Kong radar, squawk 5.
Well, I hope you're doing okay, and you know, do you have any place to be tomorrow that's important?
Emirates 177, surface wind 103 degrees, 18 knots, runway 13, clear to land.
Runway 13, clear to land, Emirates 177.
There's Irvi. Yoshi's already asleep. How can Yoshi be asleep?
Hong Kong, hello, Cathay
Yoshi.
42 with you, briefing 360.
Yoshi needs to
Cathay
be
742,
fully
Hong Kong radar,
alert and
squawk
on
5,
patrol
46.
and ready for action at all times. Well, look, Yoshi probably doesn't get all of the drama in the
Cathay
skies
742,
over
identified,
Hong
cleared
Kong.
Magog 13 arrival.
Clear Magog 13 arrival, Cathay 742.
Recap 87 Mike X-ray, flight via 6, flight level 250.
Climb to flight level 250. Recap 87 Mike X-ray.
Lufthansa 441, descent via star to 8,000 feet, QNH 1017.
1017 and was that 8,000 feet for Lufthansa 441?
Lufthansa 441, affirm.
8,000 feet for Lufthansa 441. Altimeters aboard. 1017.
Cafe 408, climb flight level 390. On conversion, maintain Mach decimal 78.
Now,
I'm too far.
we already know it's 11,000 feet for transition.
Copy, crashing Cafe 408 affirm, and on conversion, maintain speed Mach decimal 78.
Can you repeat Cafe 408? Sorry.
Cafe 408, on conversion, maintain speed Mach decimal 78.
Maintain speed, Cafe 408.
Send it for intent.
Altimeter's checked and set. And we're cleared to 8,000 feet. I haven't figured that out yet, dogs.
Hold on, radar, Bravo Lima India Alpha.
Bravo, Lima, India, Alpha. Taxi, correction, taxi by Charlie 2 and 3, holding point runway 34, and stand by for clear.
I'm having a little bit of a voice problem today. Maybe I'm gonna chicken out after this.
India Alpha, taxi by Charlie 2 and 3, holding point runway 34.
I thought the altimeter is 1011, Nickel. 1011 is the altimeter. Hey, look at that. There's the approach. Okay, so coming on in, you'll see the airport. There's actually the airport right over there. Checkerboard's right in there. I thought it was 1017 is the altimeter. 1017. It's 1017. Whoopsie. Thank you. That could have been a little bit of a problem. 1017. He did, Nicole. He did.
Red Cap 87 Mike X-ray, climb flight level 390.
274 caught it too. Thank you for catching it too.
Current flight level.
I know the window looked a little bit dirty, didn't it?
Max speed above
10,000 feet. That's right. It's only for the passengers on the lower deck. And there is our airport. Hi, Kaitak. Now it's time for me to throw in a tacky joke.
And India Alpha clearing.
Go ahead.
Bravo Lima India Alpha, clear to Hong Kong, runway 34. Expect radar vectors to line. Initial climb 4,000 feet.
New
and
recruits
5255.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Seven just followed the channel. Hi, Seven. Thank you for the follow. Okay, lights are all looking good.
India Alpha, information Golf from Macau is correct, and report ready for departure.
We're ready, runway 34, India Alpha.
India Alpha, roger, after departure, turn right, setting 040, surface wind 080 degrees, 15 knots, runway 34, clear for takeoff.
On departure 040, set it up, copy information 346, takeoff, India Alpha.
Lufthansa 441, from Charlie Hotel, cleared IGS approach, runway 13.
From Charlie Hotel, cleared for the IGS, runway 13, Lufthansa 441.
Cafe 198, information Golf now current, runway 07 center, descend via star to flight level 110.
Descent for 110, Cafe 198.
I've reduced my rate of
Cafe
climb.
198
We're a
correct,
little
expect runway
fast
07
right
center.
now.
07 center, Cafe 198.
Flaps 1.
Cafe 742, when ready, descend via star to flight level
Activate
140.
LS. LS is good. The IGS is set up, so we're all good to go there. A touch high. Speed still coming down, and I'm using vertical speed. Low vis is dropping the HUD. I don't think I have one on this one. RM, I've a few, yes. Flaps 2. Irvi is happy with the airplane, has a minus 179.
Cafe 408, report your Mach number in the cruise. Cafe 408,
At Golf, 6,000 feet.
Cafe 408, roger. I need your cruising Mach number. Break Cafe 120, surface winds 130 degrees, 17 knots, runway 13, clear to line.
Little in runway 13, Cafe 120.
Flaps 3.
Emirates 177, welcome to high tech, anytime present.
It's upset because I have flaps 3 and no landing gear.
Yes, can I just take a passing of my choice?
Emirates 177, EIK, you can taxi straight ahead on Bravo 1, and at Delta 3 to stand 2.
Bravo 1, Delta 3, stand 2, Emirates 177.
India Alpha, report passing altitude.
I'll take 3,000 miles per feet in Alpha.
India Alpha identified. Turn right heading 140, and are you ready for the approach? ILS 07 center.
140, expect hours approach runway 27 center, India Alpha.
I'm using the vertical speed on this now.
And India Alpha, report ready for the approach.
Actually, tripod cats, I really like the Phoenix airplanes.
Cafe 198,
Baby Bus is my favorite, but the A320 is a close second.
Nvidia Star 8,000 feet, 1017, Cafe 198.
So Cafe 408, what's your Mach number in the cruise?
Cafe 408,
Cafe 408, what is your cruising Mach number?
Would be about 2.82.
7, welcome.
Roger.
7, we are on a
And right now we're ready
network
to
called
squadron, yeah.
VATSIM.
For the approach.
So all the voices you hear are live, real people.
India Alpha.
I'm putting a
roger,
link
send
in
to
so that you can
3000
click on the
and
map and
180.
learn more about it. Good news is
3,000 feet,
VATSIM is
180,
free.
yeah.
So that's for it's a free network.
Cafe 198, descend via star to 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet, via Star, Cafe 198.
VATSIM is also a PVT server. PVP, not PVT. PVP. There's our turn at Golf. And there's the new airport that we'll just be flying over. There's the little hill. Hi, Blackwell Ninja. Player, oh, it's not really player versus player.
Bravo Lima India Alpha, turn right heading 190.
All right, posture check, getting ready to fly the airplane with, you know, out the autopilot. That's right, it's more of a spy versus spy mode. That's really what it would be.
India Alpha, turn right heading 340.
So you're heading for Alpha?
India Alpha, right turn heading 340.
Right turn heading 045 degrees after shallow one.
340, yeah.
Tripod cats, this is made by Fly-by-Wire, and the best part about this is free. This airplane's a free airplane.
India Alpha, descend to 2,000 feet.
Right turn 045 degrees. Arm the localizer. Localizer is armed.
Cafe 198, descend VSR to 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet, PSR, Cafe 198.
Cafe 120, what's the contact? Where are you parking?
We'll go stand 3.
Cafe 120, roger. Taxi
Hi,
stand
Canadian
3
Av
via
Geek.
Bravo 1, Charlie 1, and Delta 3.
Bravo 1, Charlie 1, Delta 3 to stand 3, Cafe 120.
India Alpha, turn right heading 360.
360, India Alpha.
Arm the approach.
And confirm for India Alpha, would that be a radar access to the final 710?
And
India
down
Alpha,
we
correct,
go.
expect radar vector to final for Dallas approach from a 07 center.
Roger, radar access, India Alpha.
Delta 441, surface winds 102 degrees, 17 knots, runway 13, clear to land.
13 clear to land. Lufthansa 441. No, that's the name of the people that make the airplane. It's called Fly-by-Wire, but that's also the controls.
And all stations, talk radar closing in 5 minutes. India Alpha, descend to 1,500 feet.
Activate
1,500
approach
India Alpha.
mode. Approach mode is active. There's 10 miles from the airport. We'll leave it at 180 till
Cafe 408,
5.
on reaching flight level 390, maintain speed Mach decimal 82.
Maintain flight level 3.
Cafe 408 negative, on reaching flight level 390, maintain speed Mach decimal 82.
And Hong Kong looks really cool right now. Little on the hazy side, but it is
Alpha,
morning
turn right heading
here.
040, cleared line approach
So,
runway 07
you know,
center.
chilly temperature, cool temperature in the morning. I wouldn't say chilly. So some cooler
Right half
temperatures
descent
this
Mike
morning.
X-ray, on reaching flight level 390, speed Mach decimal 8 or less.
And we're starting to we're letting the airplane do the work until we start to spot some landmarks that we
Right half descent
recognize.
Mike X-ray, Hong Kong.
Lotus had a minus 271 for a wide
Right half
body
descent
at
Mike X-ray, on
Kai Tak.
reaching
That
flight
is a
level
great
390,
landing
maintain
rate.
speed Mach decimal 80 or less.
That is very nice. This is not the landing to go hunting for butter.
2,500.
Boy, that's a big debate, Dad. Game
India Alpha,
time.
no speed control.
Roger, no speed control, India Alpha.
But Lovis made the first taxiway. See, sim pilot nerves of steel there, that's for sure. And over the shore, there's all sorts of container crane. Wow, look at all the container cranes. Sadly, Lovis may have hot brakes. I don't know, do we have brake fans on this thing? I don't see the brake fan button.
India Alpha, surface with 100 degrees, 17 knots, runway 07 center, clear to land.
700, clear to land, India Alpha.
Cafe 198 from Lime via Tonic, cleared line approach, runway 07 center.
From Lime, clear file 07 center, Cafe 198.
Good idea. We probably should slow down.
Cathay 330, closing shortly. Monitor 122, dead weight.
Flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green. I have the runway. I do not have chaser lights.
1,000.
Man, it does not like my fuel. Checkerboard is right there. There's the checkerboard.
Minimum.
Landing. I have chaser lights.
400. 400. 400. 400. 400.
Cathay 742, information officer for contact. Expect IGS 13. Descend via star to flight level 110.
Since descend was star 110, expect IGS 13. Cathay 742.
Retard. 10. 5.
I think I need to change the settings. I need to change the settings on the
Cathay 438, no further ATC. Monitor 122, dead weight. Goodbye.
122, dead weight. Goodbye.
That was not a very good landing. This is a big airplane. That was 4 cats and brain pain. Captain Sibby's gonna call it a night. Good night, Sibby. Yeah, I did record it. This is the first time I've ever recorded a landing.
Cathay 742, descend via star to 8,000 feet. QNH 1017.
Descend via star 8,000 feet. Cathay 742.
I'm having a hard time with my new rudder pedals. I don't have the nose wheel tiller anymore. The nose wheel tiller doesn't work. Sapphire did a passenger check. Yeah, we're going to probably have to hand out some barf bags.
441, welcome to contact. Where are you parking?
Parking tonight is straight ahead at the main terminal for Lufthansa 441.
Lufthansa 441, roger. Any particular staff?
The one closest to the bar.
Lufthansa 441, I see. Taxi stand 1 via Bravo 1 and Delta 3.
Stand 1, Bravo 1 and Delta 3 for Lufthansa 441 Heavy. Thank you for the nice ATC.
No worries.
Bronco Maniac, I recorded this. So we're going to look at it as soon as we get to the gate, okay? It's going to be terrible, but this is the first time I ever used the recorder. Madi, thank you for coming along today.
742, I'm about to close. Monitor 122, dead weight. Goodbye.
Roger that, have a good night. 122, 742.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Good night, Madi.
198,
Have a nice evening.
Monitor 122, dead weight. Goodbye.
I also have been having a terrible time with landings. I think my rudder pedal sensitivities are off, and so I've got to really spend some time on sensitivities. And stuff because they've been getting progressively
All stations,
worse.
park radar is now closing. Monitor 122 that way.
Bye-bye.
There's low vis over there. I didn't buy them, but ever since I took out that ever since I took out the nose wheel tiller and a few other things, sensitivities just seem to be off. Earthy Cup, thank you. And there's low vis in the A350 over there. Probably with an airplane like this, you can't use that gate over there. Our wings would be a problem, so we have to go over here. We need one more gate. And then we'll look at this recorder and see if it did a good job. I don't know. I don't really think so. I don't really think so. Parking brakes. Okay, let's disconnect from VATSIM, and we're gonna hit stop. I hit record, how come it doesn't work? Take plane control. I hit record. I don't think I recorded it. Instant replay. I don't think it recorded it. It didn't record. Sorry, I gotta learn how to use that. But holy moly. Welcome to KaiTak. I think we made it. See, the APU is up, so engine, 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 engine. This is actually really, really... I don't think it paused the sim. No, I've only got this little thing in here. I don't have anything else. So I don't think that I did that. Don't think I did that right. I have stuff to learn. That was a pleasant treat. Loviz, thank you for doing the flight today. Thank you for coming in. KaiTak is always such a good time. Yep, this is the old KaiTak airport. We can come over here real fast. And if we come out here, we can come over here. You can see our chaser lights, and those are the things I really look for. And so this is what I really try and keep an eye on. I also noticed that I turned a lot sooner than I usually do. Having ATC really made this nice. And then over here, oh no, it's this hill. Actually, I think these buildings that have popped up over here are blocking, these buildings over here are blocking the checkerboard. No, the airport has been out of business for almost 20 years now, Blackwell Ninja. Hi, AMG. But they have left the checkerboard. So the checkerboard remains in place here at the airport. That's the actual ILS right here. So you could see if you looked up here, that was our ILS coming in. And then you can see over there, there's some of the, there's the, I'm using the wrong word. I call them the rabbit lights or the chaser lights. And this is actually a landmark that I always look for. As I'm kind of coming around and making my turn and stuff, I'm always looking to see, okay, where is that football pitch? Because this is where it is. If I can catch, you know, this over here, otherwise I usually have a big lead-in lights. That's the better word for it. Yeah, the lead-in lights. But if I miss that, then I always turn wide on this one. This is like the first time I've ever turned in early on this approach. So, I mean, there we go. But really just a super arrival here. And now apparently all of this is gone. So there's big apartments, and this is a big area for cruise ships to come in. And I have no idea what they've, you know, what might be left over here from the old terminal area. But really pretty cool place. Yeah, the next time we fly this, we will be flying this on New Year's Eve, and we always set it up so that we come in at night. And the fireworks display that you get on New Year's Eve here coming in is actually pretty amazing for, you know, a computer. You know, for a computer app and stuff like that, it really is. And so that's really nice. I don't think it would have been capable for this, I don't know, Fly Airmark, but we got it in there. Does look like the wings are a little bit wide for this one. Category 3 lights have to be insane at night for the residents. I imagine that the residents, I can't imagine living that close to it, but yeah. Xenon Zebra, yeah, I bet this whole area is being completely changed. About the only thing you may recognize down the road is, you know, the checkerboard and stuff with all the new apartments. There's a new stadium and apartment blocks, and then the cruise ship terminal. So she was in Hong Kong in 2022. The airport is pretty much gone, so I would imagine the terminals and all that other stuff. Loviz was a passenger back into this airport in an A310 back in 1993. Did you have a window seat by any chance? Was it kind of like a, oh my gosh, here we go? Or was it sort of like, woohoo, here we go? You know, was it a nervous kind of a thing, or was it not so nervous? Or something like that? You had a window seat for it. There is not a ton of ATC around. There's a little bit in Canada right now. You can probably tell my voice is a little bit on the messed up side today, so I'm going to go and drink some hot fluids. We do have Frankfurt Friday tomorrow, so I'll figure out an airport for us for Frankfurt Friday. To probably depart out of Frankfurt and go into. So I'll find something so we've got a full ride of ATC. And also there is a VATSIM event right after that. Friday Night Ops is going to be in Brazil. So we'll depart out of São Paulo, and we're going, there are 3 airports that you can go to. I picked one we haven't been to yet, Vitória, which is SBVT. And that one might be good. Lynch Gaming, we could go to London. We could go to one of the London airports. I'll look and see if there's ATC. Dougal was part of a passenger in a C-130 flight. And you didn't get to see anything on the approach? No kidding. And that's right, Loviz did have a window seat. And Loviz was able to, you could see into the apartments. Kind of makes you wonder if there were some people that, you know, were... hope that everybody was dressed appropriately in their apartment there. But yeah, maybe we'll try and do a London flight. That might be a really fun flight for us. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's on YouTube, channel members, but also over on Patreon for about another 15 days over there. Also a huge thank you. There have been some incredibly generous gift subs. So really appreciate that extra support, and thank you all for helping me to keep the lights on and stuff like that here at Spy HQ. again, thank you for understanding why I'm going to cut it short and shut up and see if I can't keep my voice going for the rest of the weekend. NATO says there just are not an awful lot of windows in that Hercules. Lynch Gaming is enjoying the C-130J. It's been really cool. I know that Polyot's been flying that as well and has just been having an absolute blast with it. You can also do multiplayer in that version of DCS World. So you can have other people flying along with you, and that might be kind of a good time. So that might be really nice. Let's see here. I see Fly Conti is flying into Phuket. Let's go and see what's happening with Conti and go over there. And I'm going to say thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a good week so far. Tomorrow is finally Friday. Always excited about a finally Friday flight and just weekend flying. So I hope you are having a really, really good evening. Thank you for doing this flight with me. And have a great night. I better cut it there and stop rambling. And I'll take care of this and make sure it's 100% ready for tomorrow. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Cheers.